Okay, here he is. Excellent.
Oh, is he in here
Yep,
so that we can
we're all
have
here. Yeah, we are here. Okay, welcome everybody. Welcome Darth Dawkins Debunked, and welcome Eve.
welcome?
Okay, here he is.
Hi, Eve. Hello, Sydney.
Hello. Okay,
Hello
so
there.
yep, we're all here. We can hear some feedback from your YouTube channel, DDD.
Yeah, I just turned
Okay.
off my YouTube.
Okay, so we are going to talk about
I turned
Darth
off my YouTube.
Dawkins
Yeah.
and the Politics and Religion server today, as requested by both DDD and Eve. So, ladies and gentlemen, both of you, take it away.
Hello everyone. Welcome to the show. We are here to
Well, we
discuss. Go on.
Yeah, one of you at a time, no problem.
no, Eve. Go ahead. I'm sorry, because I didn't I didn't know whether you were going to speak or whether I was going to speak.
Oh,
But go ahead.
Ladies
you can
first.
start first. You can start first, DDD.
Sure.
Well, it sounds like you were going to say something, so that's all right. Please go ahead. Continue.
Yes, DDD. I just want to mention with you in Sydney that two Discord servers were taken down offline due to Darth Dawkins. He's becoming a liability with the servers.
Mm-hmm.
Where two servers have been taken down offline due to him.
Yeah. But he's back on something. But anyway,
DDD, I just want to mention to you in Sydney that two.
I can hear background. Okay.
I'm sorry. That was me again. I'm going to have to. I'm trying to look at the text, but I'm going to have to mute my microphone.
Well, just mute
mute
if
YouTube.
you're gonna.
I have to mute that. So
Yeah,
that you don't,
yeah. Mute,
right.
mute,
Yeah,
mute,
that's what I'm
mute
going to
YouTube.
do.
Yeah, good idea.
Okay.
How do I post the Well, I gave you the screenshot.
Yeah, I
right?
see it. I see it. But basically, it's the same one that I posted in yesterday. It's the a screenshot of the Reformation server, which is unavailable, and we have that already. I already have that screenshot, and I introduced that yesterday. But what we want to do is we want to talk about the failure of Darth Dawkins in his political career on Discord, I believe.
On Hangouts too. Hangouts, Discord, YouTube.
Right. Okay. Take it away then.
Well, I feel that what has happened with him, he has made many enemies through his 11 years career. With me, it's 11 years because I met him in 2010.
Mm-hmm.
And in my case, I didn't went to war with him. Okay, what I did wasn't recent. I didn't make any videos recently of him. Okay, as we can see that my recordings were uploaded, and the recordings of me came from long ago. It came from years ago when I was having a conversation about him with really close friends.
Yeah.
And now he deemed me as an enemy due to my past recordings from years ago that were recently uploaded. Not by me at all. So I was pulled in the middle of this feud.
Uh-huh. So you mentioned something about
Okay.
breaking terms of service.
Oh, he broke terms of service, TOS, on two server, worldview server and Reformation server.
Mm-hmm.
He was, yeah,
Carry on. How did he break it?
doxing, threatening. He has dogs, Sydney Winston, you and me, getting us dogs, and also threatening.
Uh-huh. Okay, DDD, take over.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Raz. So I just wanted to be clear so that the YouTube audience will understand. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page as you. So in other words, Darth Dawkins accused you of recently uploading videos. So he's trying to accuse you of, because of the video which came out last week, which showed, I think it showed you. So he's trying to say that you uploaded that video. Is that correct?
Right, which I didn't.
Okay, so he's falsely accusing you of uploading that video, correct?
Right.
So I just wanted to make sure. So again, I'm going to start off by saying the same thing I did the last time, which is Darth Dawkins, above all else, he is a liar. He's a bold-faced liar. He quickly accused you of uploading a video recently, which you did not upload, and he's saying you uploaded it, which is false. So he is a bold-faced liar once again. I have proven him to be a liar. I have on my channel, I have a playlist which is called Hall of Lies, which I actually haven't even updated that in months. But the last time I updated, I had over 1 hour of nothing except his lies. So I'm going to say it again. He is above all else a bold-faced liar. Okay, go ahead. That's all I had to say for now. Go ahead.
Sydney, what's your outtake in this situation and the two servers and how he's trying to dox you and me and now DDD? If he keeps trying to do this, the servers will be shut down. If you threaten and try to dox, the servers will be continued to close down because of this. Well, go on. Term of servers TOS, but he did mention of leaving Discord.
Can I interject here real quick? The reason why, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm just looking at the side chat right now, and there is a comment, someone by the name of Kafei, Kafei, he said, Darth Dawkins is no liar. This man simply wants to lampoon Darth. Darth Dawkins has never been debunked. Okay, now I want to talk about that first. Just the one where he says Darth Dawkins is no liar. So first of all, this Kafei, I want to know what cave has he been living in for the last 3 or 4 years, because Darth Dawkins has lied about me personally. I'm going to give you one example right now. Okay, this is just one example. This will take about a minute, but I have this documented. I have this all on video. Okay?
Okay.
I was in a server last year called Jungle Jargon. I was in the text area, not the audio area, but I was in the text area. Well, wait a minute.
Shit,
I'm
I was
not even
muted. Sorry.
I could use that example, but I'm going to use a quicker example. I'm going to use a quick example, okay?
Yeah.
Darth Dawkins claimed, and I have this on audio or video, he claimed that I said that I wanted him to sign a PDF. He told that to another Discord member by the name of Lady K. She said she was talking about me in Darth's atheist helpline, This, by the way, this is the Atheist Helpline, which is now no longer there due to TOS violations. It was actually Supreme Leader Streams YouTube channel, but that channel is no longer, it does not no longer exist because of TOS violations. But anyway, in that particular live stream, Darth was speaking with other people in the Atheist Helpline, and one of them, by the name of Lady K, she asked him, oh, that Darth Dawkins debunked, is he the same guy that asked you to sign something, a PDF? And Darth said yes. But if you look at the PDF or any of my messages attached to it, never, ever, ever, ever did I say or ask Darth Dawkins to sign anything. And I have that all on video. I still have the PDF. The PDF is posted to my website, so anyone can go and see it. It never says anything about signing anything. And I have never said anything about signing anything.
Right.
So Darth Dawkins, or Kefi, you're listening to me right now. Kefi, that's one example, only one example. Darth Dawkins, Gary Milne, or Milne, or however you want to say it, he is a bold-faced liar. Okay?
Right.
That's it. Go ahead, please.
All right. So K-Fi, in the side chat is one of those sort of Christians with blinders on. They basically, without knowing anything, they sort of protect their own, even though their own is guilty. So I wouldn't take what the Christians say in the side chat very seriously at all. And there's a couple of them in there, and we're just going to ignore them. And again, I just want to repeat that the room is open to join for most people. The only people that we do not want in here are Christians. If you're a Christian, you're not welcome. So remember that when you press the join button.
But we need Otangelo. That's his BFF, his best friend.
Otangelo will not come in unless he gets permission from his mentor, Darth Dawkins.
Okay.
His daddy, yes.
Yeah, his daddy. I noticed that somebody, J.L.
And
Warren.
by the way,
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Carry on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, carry on.
Because I did a video this morning on Otangelo, because Otangelo actually spoke with us. Me and Eve were in a Discord server yesterday.
Yeah.
We were in the server, the same server, and there was a third guy with us. And then Otangelo came in, and so in total, there was just 4 of us there. But he asked me the same question that he asked me before, which I understand, because Otangelo speaks with many people. So I understand that he would go through the process of asking me the same questions twice, but the questions that he asked me are still in Facebook. I mean, we had a text exchange in Facebook. That Facebook message is still there, and I did the video. When I did the video this morning, I copied and pasted the entire text message into the description area of the video. So that entire text message, which was from April 7 of this year, that's there if anyone wants to read it. But anyway, he came into the server yesterday when me and Eve were there, and he asked me the same question. He said, first of all, he asked me 2 questions. The first one, he said, how do I debunk Darth Dawkins? And I told him the same way that I usually answer that. You know, several people have asked me that same question, so I'm already prepared to answer that. Number one, I don't have to debunk Darth Dawkins because he does it himself. True. He does all the work himself. All I'm doing is just reporting what he does. I'm just showing people his inconsistencies, his contradictions, his errors. That's all I'm doing. So it's virtually Darth Dawkins versus Darth Dawkins. That's what you see when you go to my website and my quiz, my YouTube channel. You don't see Darth Dawkins debunked versus Darth Dawkins. You see Gary versus Gary. Okay, number two, the other way I answer that question is to go to my website and you will see his comically ridiculous worldview. It's there on my website.
Mm-hmm.
Comically ridiculous. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So, Kathy, I hope you heard that. I answered your second question. How do I debunk Darth Dawkins? You say he's never been debunked. Well, I don't know what cave you've been living in, but you're in a sheltered world. Okay, that's it for right now. That's all I have to say.
You're absolutely correct that they live in a sheltered world. I'm reading the site chat and they're mentioning theology a lot. Okay, theology doesn't mean shit. Theology is just an explanation of the fairy tales. So the claim is that Darth Dawkins knows his theology and he kicks the atheist asses on basic theology. Fine, but theology is all fairy tales anyway. So what is the point of saying that Darth Dawkins knows his theology better than anyone? So fucking what? That's not the point. The point here about the Christians is they come in here, they immediately take a stance where they start quoting from a book of fairy tales. We do not accept the Gospels as credible evidence. You cannot use the Gospels to prove anything. You can prove that everything is a fairy tale if that's what you want to do by using the Gospels, but you cannot come in here and say, it says so in the Bible that God exists, therefore God exists. We do not stand for that anymore in this room. Just so you know.
And then the second question that Otangelo asked me last night, he asked me, well, what is my worldview? You know, he wanted to get into a discussion with me about my worldview. So I answered him. I told him the same thing that I tell anyone else. I said, it's not necessary for me to say anything about my worldview in order to show how ridiculous Gary's worldview is. Okay. And basically, I learned that from Gary. It's kind of ironic because Gary is the one, for example, someone will be speaking with him and they will ask him, what do you believe or what do you think about this? And Gary often, he will say, well, right now, my worldview is not relevant. I just want you to answer my question. Right. So my worldview or what I believe is not relevant. So I'm doing the same thing he's doing. I'm saying my worldview is not relevant to his worldview. So he can go on and on and on. I don't have to say anything. All I have to do is let him keep he can just keep on talking. I let him, I hope he does. I hope he just keeps on talking to show how comically ridiculous his worldview is.
So if his worldview is so ridiculous, how come he has so many sycophants?
Well, it's kind of like, I think it's kind of like you've seen throughout history, there have been dictators. I don't want to get into anything hard here. You know, I don't want a TOS violation, so I'm going to be general. But there have been dictators throughout history. They've had large followings from the masses. People who eat it up like candy. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I think it's the same concept. You have lots, even today. We are in the year 2021, but there are still lots of religious fanatics. There's still lots of very gullible, very naive people living right now.
All right.
That's how I would answer that. There's just lots of gullible, naive people.
Eve?
And he has the cult of personality too. He has that personality to bring in the fans. His cult members.
Well, what
He's
is
the
it that
leader.
draws young people to assholes like Darth Dawkins?
He's fascinating. He's charming.
Well, I think it's also the emotional. Yeah, he's wonderful, fantastically beautiful personality. I mean, if you sit there and listen to this guy, you would swear that you think you're listening to Jesus himself talking to you.
Right.
I didn't know that Jesus can talk American. Wow.
You do realize I'm being sarcastic, right?
When it comes to Darth Dawkins,
I hope you realize that.
there is no seriousness when it comes to this character.
Right. Now,
So it's the cult mentality. That's the thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Eve. Go ahead.
no, go on. You're right. It is the cult mentality.
Yeah, it's the idea that usually in a cult, there's usually at least one person, more often than not, someone very charismatic that people are drawn to. Depending on these people, probably they have something lacking in their life. So whatever it is that Gary has, they are drawn to it. I said, these are poor. They're usually younger people, so they are still very naive. Even Darth says that. How many times have you heard him talk to somebody who is a teenager or someone in their early 20s? And Darth even says that people who are younger do not have fully developed critical thinking skills. So I'm even going by what Darth himself says. He verifies that himself. So these younger people are drawn to him. People who cannot think on their own. They need someone else to think for them. They need somebody else to tell them what to think instead of how to think. That's the people that are drawn to Darth Dawkins. People that cannot generate their own thought any more than a wet noodle can generate its own thought.
Good point.
And plus, he takes on weak atheists.
Oh, I was going to mention that regarding that. I was going to mention that one of the reasons I think that these kids are drawn, or anyone's drawn towards him, depending on which side of the fence you're on. For example, you're in a room with Darth Dawkins, right? Okay, so you join his room. He sort of seems, okay, you say you're a Christian, so, he's nice to you. And then you see him absolutely screaming and yelling and tearing a strip of other people, making them cry, making them, muting them and screaming at them and swearing at them. And then the kids who hear this or see this, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, they see that Darth Dawkins is being very nice to them, they think, oh, well, this guy is being nice to me, but he's being, he's being cross and angry with those that he disagrees with, but he's being nice to me. So I'll just stay here where I'm not going to get into any more trouble, and hopefully he'll stay being nice to me. That's kind of the way Ton Loke works. He's like Darth Dawkins' wingman. He's joined at the hip to Darth Dawkins on these social media platforms. Crazy.
Yeah, and another thing, if you've ever seen, I think WWA or WWE wrestling, usually people love the villain.
Of course.
They love the guy who is like the bad guy, not the good guy. They love watching the bad guy. And that's the same thing as similar to wrestling. They like Darth Dawkins because of that character. They like to see someone else intimidated, and they like to see somebody else humiliated. So that is a factor of why they are drawn to that, because they like to see that. And Darth has came straight out. He said, quote, "I have did my job. I humiliated the atheists," unquote.
Yeah,
So
that's what he does.
admits himself that that's what he's all about. He humiliates, and all he knows is to suppress. I mean, this is so-called Christianity gone wild, because in Gary's view, okay, according to his psychological processes, the way that he thinks that he has a biblical license, according to Jesus or Paul or Stephen.
Mm-hmm.
Those are usually the three that he quotes. He thinks he has a biblical license to treat other people like a piece of shit. In his mind, he is treating them perfectly fine.
No,
okay? So he's fully convinced that the way that he interacts with people is perfectly fine.
he also brings up Jesus as an example.
Okay, go ahead.
When he's asked, why does he treat people so badly? He says, oh, well, Jesus, do you think Jesus didn't treat people? Do you think Jesus didn't rebuke people when he had to rebuke them and this, that, and the other? So that's his excuse for being an absolute cunt,
Right.
for being like Jesus. Because
Right.
Jesus was an absolute cunt, so Darth Dawkins can be an absolute cunt.
Yeah, that's what I said. He usually brings up either Jesus or he brings up Paul. When Paul was speaking to the philosophers on Mars Hill, and I think Paul called them circumcised or uncircumcised in their hearts. That's what Darth always brings up. Or he brings up Stephen when they were stoning Stephen. But those are the three. He brings up Jesus because Jesus said something. He called them a den of vipers. So that is the license that Gary gives himself in order to treat people like a piece of shit. He always quotes either one of those three or maybe two. He's always sure to fit that in to give himself a biblical license. Forget about Matthew 7:12. Forget about treating others the way that you would like to be treated. Forget about that. If you were to write Matthew 7:12 on a piece of paper and give it to Gary, he will take that into the toilet and he will use that. And I'm not talking about using it to read. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's what he's
totally
going to use that
understand.
paper for.
Yep.
So fill in the blank, complete the sentence, and you know what I mean.
Well, did you watch yesterday's stream where he was taking on a Muslim and trying to teach the Muslim about Islam?
I saw part of it real quick. I didn't see all of it, but yeah, I did see, I think this morning, I saw where he was talking with that Muslim. Yes.
And that Muslim kid was being very nice. He wasn't intimidated at all by Darth's bullying.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen, there are videos where somebody who comes into the server, they are perfectly well-intentioned. In fact, all they want to do is just come in to listen. Okay, that was their intention, was to come in and listen, not to speak, but just to come in and listen. And when Darth sees that there's someone in the server, he wants to call everybody out. So he will see somebody and he'll say, his first question is, are you an atheist or a theist? And if they say they're an atheist, that's it.
Second question, how old are you?
Darth goes into a script. So these are people that don't intend to speak. They are just there to listen, and they usually end up, more often than not, they end up either getting banned or muted by our wonderful, fantastically beautiful Christian man, Gary Milne.
Okay. Beautiful, beautiful Gary. So what have we learned from Gary Milne?
I'm sorry, you said something about how old are you?
That's his second question. He says, "How old are you?" And then,
right.
And then he's got his.
Yeah, well, you're never the right age.
You're never the right age. Exactly. If you're his age, then why are you acting like a teenager? If you're a teenager, well, you're just a teenager, and I'm old enough to be your grandfather, and I know more than you, and I've been doing this I got underwear older than you, whatever. He comes up with that shit. And look, as far as entertainment is concerned, 100%. There's no one like Darth Dawkins for entertainment value. Am I wrong, or am I the only one that's entertained by him? Does everybody else take him seriously?
You're not wrong. No, definitely. Like I said, yeah, that's the entertainment value. That was what I was saying earlier. He is like the wrestling, the bad guy in wrestling. They like to see the bad guy or the villain.
But the bad guy always loses in the end.
Guy. So you're right.
Everyone, yeah, but the bad guy always loses.
Could be. But remember, in
wrestling,
they always lose. Usually, yeah, that's right. They usually lose. I don't think any of them go out undefeated. They lose to somebody eventually.
Yeah. Somebody else on their way up.
Yeah.
Like some junior wrestler on their way up or something.
That's
like
right.
That.
Yeah.
But the shtick is always the bad guy just beats up on the good guy over and over and over again and gets the crowd all pissed off, and then the good guy recovers and pins or KOs or whatever the bad guy, and the whole crowd goes crazy. Yeah, it's all a work. Just like Christianity, It's all a work. There's something that I'm interested in, just as a side note here. There's a history of popes, of Catholic popes, and some of the early popes were really, really pieces of work. And there's some periods where the popes were downright evil, and I'm going to get into that at some point. Bringing up the history of the popes of the Catholic Church, and you'll see how corrupt, how human and fallible the Catholic Church is, and how they exploit and persecute not only their clergy, but all the children in their dioceses, I should say. And something I want to focus on is the Catholic genocide of children, especially Native Indian children up here in Canada, and vulnerable children all over the world, going back probably generations, decades.
Through the centuries, yeah.
Yeah, through the centuries. But I might be. I don't know when this date was, but there was a time when the Catholics. There was a time when Catholic kids had to be 14 in order to start participating in church stuff and being left alone with priests, etc., etc. And then a pope came along, I think somewhere in maybe the beginning of the 20th century, end of the 19th century, I'm not sure, and he changed it. He said, from 14 now, you grab them from the age of 7. And I think that is the time.
Wow.
I think that from that time on, the abuse of children by Catholic clergy, by the Catholic Church, by the infrastructure of government all over the world, collaborated to murder innocent young children that were ripped from the arms of their parents. It's really a disturbing story when you look into the story of the Catholic abuses. So if anyone's interested, that's coming up.
Oh, you're going to do a video on that?
I'm not sure if I'm going to do a video or if there's a few things I want to cover. That's one. Okay, there are other people who have done a very good job of explaining the the perverted popes from probably before the Middle Ages. And that's one idea I have. The other idea I have is to present the arguments of those who were skeptic in the days before the Council of Nicaea, like Celsus, well, specifically a guy named Celsus, who challenged the Orthodox Christianity, and of course, I don't think he did very well because you know how cruel Orthodox Christians are, and how they'll do anything to hide their perniciousness behind the skirt of the Catholic Church. It's disgusting. How anybody can be a member of the Catholic Church today boggles my mind. When I hear that somebody's a Catholic, or they actually proud to be a Catholic, or they say they're a Catholic, I go catatonic. What the fuck? How could you be a Catholic? Look what they've done. Don't you know anything about Catholicism? Can somebody explain to me how anyone can be a Catholic these days? Oh yeah, that's right. Ratsnake writes that Tom Rabbit's new video shows Darth on Clubhouse making a nice lady almost cry. No, she didn't almost cry. She cried. She really cried.
She did.
And
I saw that.
Yeah, and when Darth Dawkins left, she came back online and was basically crying and well, just explaining what he had done to her, how she felt being treated as a person of color, as a female, etc., 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 by this misogynist, by this hater named Darth Dawkins. It was very sad. I felt really sorry for her while he was having a go at her.
John Rapp, he made a comment. He said, yes, she was so wrong. She should have asked Gary what she actually thinks. Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point, but it's pretty sad that that's the kind of humor we kind of have to turn to in order to find something mirthful out of him. I think he's a disgrace to the.
Well, I just want to.
Yeah, carry on.
I want to expand on what he said a little bit, because, I mean, this is a guy that he's, all of this that I'm about to say is on record. He has told people that he knows their position better than they do. He has told people that you cannot disagree on some point. He has told people that he loves people that have a different opinion. You know, he's willing to listen to people with a different opinion. That's what he's told people.
That's a lie.
Okay, so but when you go into the server and you actually see how he excuse me, how he interacts, you know, how he actually his interaction and how he treats people. Again, he feels he's got a biblical license, but what he claims, you know, all the things that he says about how he treats people, it doesn't match what you actually see once you look at it. So, you know, it's like you see a lot of projection too. You know what I mean? And of course, you're never the right age, like we said earlier. So this is a guy that his form of Christianity is, I mean, he has got himself into a corner, a small corner. He has carved himself into this very small corner of the internet, a very dark corner of the internet. He's got this small group of people that are following him, but he'll turn to you and he'll look you straight in the eye and tell you that that is Christianity. Okay? Oh, and remember another thing he says. He says, if you do not embrace presuppositional Christianity, you are not a Christian, or you do not have a biblical view. That's what he said.
Oh, and
So
I got a private.
you only have a biblical view if you're a presupper. Go ahead, Sidney.
I got a private message from Darth Dawkins asking me to please let everybody know that he would like to be referred to by the pronouns she and they. So if you're going to refer to Darth Dawkins, she is now a she. Darth Dawkins is a she. That's his preferred pronoun. This is a message I just got from him that I'm relaying to you all. So, do you have anything to say about her, Eve?
Okay, Slugger. We'll refer to you like that.
She
Slugger.
slash her. That's how Darth Dawkins would like to be referred to, because she has a lot of sort of regret that she wasn't born a female, so I think she's trying to make up with it with a pronoun change. Fair enough. So I'd like to implement that right now, that Darth Dawkins would prefer to be called she and her, if that's okay with everybody.
Eve, I had a question, because I think,
all right,
that's fine. Eve, you were saying something earlier, I think yesterday. You were saying something that she's got a war against children or something like that. Could you talk a little bit more about that, please?
Eve, you there? She's muted. Must have stepped away.
She's muted?
Yeah. What did you say he said?
Oh, okay. Well, according to Eve was talking about how she has got a war against children. I guess whenever he speaks in Discord, that's the way she explained it, or that's the way Eve explained it to me, is that he's waging some kind of a war against children. But I mean, definitely, I think he's got a war against women. I would say that he's definitely at war.
He hates women.
Against women,
Oh, he hates women. In fact, I'm not sure who he hates more, women or atheists, or are they, in his view, are they both the same level? Don't forget, Darth Dawkins is the guy.
Yeah, that's tough.
Sorry,
that's
Darth Dawkins is the gal that said that atheists are worse than pedophiles. So he's got a soft spot for pedophiles, Darth Dawkins does. She has a soft spot for pedophiles, Darth Dawkins does.
Well, not only, I mean, I know that he did say people who lie online are worse than pedophiles.
That's
I know that he said that because I did a video about it. So imagine multiple times where he has ate his own feces on that one. He swallowed his own junk on that one. Definitely.
Yeah. Oh, that's why his belly is so fat. That's why he's such a big fat gut. Eve, are you back?
So this guy.
Let me send her a message.
Wow, she must have went somewhere. Yeah. Just he incriminates himself better than anybody else. In both his philosophy and on a personal level. He incriminates himself.
Now, what is it that gives... It's us, the viewers, who give Darth Dawkins essentially the time of day and the platform to spew his hatred. What is it about this whole thing that attracts all of us to sit and watch it? What is it about shit shows that attracts people? What is it about train wrecks that everybody needs to sit and watch it? I'm just as guilty, but what is it? Is it a human condition?
Well, Well, yeah, I think it is. I mean, it's the same thing as, like, people like to watch boxing matches or things of that nature. So I guess it's just something in us, maybe at a I want to say genetic, or I don't know what you'd call it, DNA, that type of a level.
Mm-hmm.
It's just something in us right now, in us, that we enjoy watching that type of thing, I guess.
Eve's back.
I don't know. I mean, look at how many videos there are. Look how many videos there are of animals tearing each other apart versus videos of nice, cute little kittens playing with each other. I mean, if you were to actually compare the difference, I'd be pretty confident to say that you'll see more videos of animals tearing each other apart. So I think it's that same thing.
Eve's back.
Can you share the
Hi,
screen
Eve,
of?
are you there?
Oh yes, go on.
Well, I had a question for you. You had spoke, I think, yesterday. You said something. I want you to please elaborate, but you said something about Gary, or she, has a war against children, some type of a war against children. Could you please elaborate on that?
Oh yes, they have been children who have encountered Darth Dawkins. And what happened that he was being very mean and abusive towards children. A lot of children have come forward and complained of how he treated them. They're really young, but this court allowed children age 13 allowed. It's legal. They are allowed to come on Discord at age 13. Yeah, this is what I wanted to show. This worldview debates TOS, which was Darth Dawkins broke the TOX for this server and it went offline, shut down. Yes. Okay.
Oh, on worldview debates, I never even
Yeah.
heard of that
Okay.
one.
Okay. Sorry. I have to address this. Darth Dawkins have abused minor underage children on the server where children have been abused by him. Their ages are 13, 14, 15, 16, really young children.
On the worldview debate server?
Oh, yes, on the server. Yes, on
Wow.
the server. He's been abusive towards children.
Yeah, well, that I can believe.
But is it only on the worldview debates, or is it multiple servers?
No, it's not on the
Do you know?
worldview debates. I'm talking about when he encountered children in a particular server.
Okay.
You know that server.
So you're
Sydney?
talking about in general.
Yes, I'm talking about what happened in this particular server where children have encountered him and he has been very mean, very abusive towards them. They are very young. Even they have videos of him abusing children. Even a 16-year-old Christian girl as well, because I witnessed that when that happened. And there were other ones where he was abusive towards children who encountered him on Discord. So
Well,
yes.
I think the real odd part of that, I find kind of very odd or strange, is that on one hand he will criticize people. Just like I said earlier, you're never the right age. He'll criticize people if you are, for example, if you are a younger person, he will criticize you and he will say that you do not have fully developed critical thinking skills. Yet, on the other hand, here he is talking with those same age, people in that category, the same category that he criticizes, and he talks to them as if they should be able to have critical thinking skills.
Well, if they're of his own worldview,
So
if they're Christians, then their critical thinking skills are just fine, even at the same age. But if they're atheists, then of course.
Bingo. Bingo.
Yeah. So
He spared no children. He's been abusive, he bullies, he picks on them. And if he keeps doing this, TOS on Discord servers, he has become a liability. If you keep threatening, if you trying to dox, if you are abusive towards minors, which you have been, then TOS will kick in, which it has, and these servers will keep shutting down.
the servers, so let's take politics and religion. Is that server shut down or is that server open again?
No, it's open again, but I have witnessed him on servers on Discord
Sure.
being abusive towards children. I have witnessed it myself. Children have come to me
Yeah.
about their unpleasant experience with Darth Dawkins being abusive
Wow.
towards them, yelling, screaming, cursing, even making them cry.
Sure.
Even making them cry. If he keeps doing this, and I hope Discord can hear me. If he keeps being abusive towards children and the minors and underage, then there's a liability. There's a liability on him being in the servers of Discord.
Well, we are seeing it right now as we speak. I mean, we are seeing the result of his interactions with different people. That is exactly what we are witnessing. You know, with all of these servers, that he's either leaving them or he is getting kicked out. And I've seen that happen multiple times. And now it's coming to a head. So, you know, that's exactly what you said beautifully sums it up. It's happening right now.
Right.
He spared no children. He does not spare the children. And those people who support him, this is child abuse.
Yeah, he
How
exploits.
could you allow child abuse? He abused children. How could you support a child abuse?
Right.
And then he sent Otangelo yesterday to us, DDD and me. He sent Otangelo to us.
Really? How?
To report back to him. And last time he sent Otangelo in here. Remember Otangelo came in here? He sent Otangelo in here to report back to him. But if we face him and if he brings us down, he has to realize that what he's doing, trying to dox, that's TOS. Threatening, that's TOS. And abusing children, minors, underage, that's terms of service. He's breaking terms of service.
Yep.
This is child abuse. He has become a liability for Discord. I'm surprised Discord hasn't banned him yet. Did you know what happened on Pow Talk? You know what Pow Talk did to him?
No.
They terminated Evolution False account. His account on Pow Talk was terminated, deactivated because of this.
I had no idea about that.
Oh, yes. Yes, I went back on Pow Talk. I went back. I asked, how come Evolution Falls and his other names are terminated and deactivated? Because of TOS. Pow Talk deactivated and terminated his accounts. One, doxing. One, giving threats. And one, again, all three, being abusive towards children, minors, underage. Pow Talk did something about it. Pow Talk axed his accounts. Evolution False account is no longer there. They terminated and deactivated it. You cannot abuse children on here. You abuse children, your account is going to be terminated, deactivated.
Do you think that there's any chance that Darth Dawkins will actually start appearing on a platform like this one, like opening up a Google Meet and inviting all his sycophants into it, and then of course all the prey that he wants to attack, because he's just a narcissist who needs narcissist supply. That's essentially that is the foundation of Darth Dawkins. Without his supply, he is nothing. And he's in denial about that, and he won't have it any other way. So he's pretty much a done deal. There's nothing. There's no rehabilitating Darth Dawkins, in my opinion.
Right. I want to question anyone out there. How do you support a child abuse? There are videos of him abusing children and tormenting them and bullying children as young as 13, even younger ones, even 13, 14, 15, 16. How could anyone on here support him when he's bullying children, minors, underage? There are videos of him doing it. You can look it up on YouTube. He made a Christian girl cry. She's age 16. She made other children cried as well. There are videos out there for you to see how he is towards children. This is a big issue. This is TOS. This is a liability. This is a major terms of service violation.
Well, hopefully he's off Discord and gone now because of that. Although, like you say, he'll appear somewhere. He's already appeared on Clubhouse. How long it'll be before he gets shut down there is anybody's guess. But I can't imagine it's going to be too long.
So I want to let people know that he does not spare children. None or spare. So yeah.
Right. Now there's something I just wanted to bring up quickly. You know that Darth Dawkins, she follows Cornelius Van Til in terms of the apologetics issue. All right, he's a Van Til devotee. J.L. Warren made a video the other day, and I haven't watched it yet. I might just stream it here later on. But he made a video regarding Cornelius Van Til, and he pretty much debunks Cornelius Van Til. So I'm looking forward to that video, because once that is once we see Cornelius Van Til debunked, then Darth Dawkins is debunked, because Darth Dawkins and Cornelius Van Til are one mind. So I'm looking forward to that. Did you guys know about that?
That's interesting.
No, I didn't see that one yet, but,
No.
but I'll take a look
Yeah,
at it
who
when I get a
can see
chance.
it?
Yeah.
give it
What
to
I'll
me?
do? Well, what I'll do is J.L. Warren. It's on his channel. Back
No,
to-
where is it again?
It's on J.L. Warren's channel.
J.O. Warren channel.
J.L.
Okay.
J period L period space WARREN. Hello, Daniel.
Oh yes.
How are you?
Yes, Daniel, were you listening about Darth Dawkins breaking the terms of service on Discord, where Discord servers have become a liability?
You're muted, Daniel. You're still muted.
Sorry, yeah, no, I'm just tuning in now, but I'd like to let you know that Darth saw me on one of Sydney's Google Hangouts, and he's decided to ban me from the Reformation server. I don't know how he found my screen name, but he must have Google searched my real name, which I don't mind him having, and he was able to find the screen name that I usually use, and he's banned me.
But I
now,
thought the
so,
Reformation service closed down.
Oh, is it? Is that what's happened?
That's what I thought.
Yes, it was closed down, but maybe it's back up again, but it was closed down.
Oh, okay, good. So he didn't ban me. Okay, it's just down. Server just is no.
Yeah, the server's no longer available.
Gotcha. Okay. So where do we get our fix of Darth?
Clubhouse. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, he's on Clubhouse.
my
We gotta
keyboard-
download it on our app.
I got some.
Daniel,
stuck
can you add me on
keys.
Discord, please? How do I message you? Can I add?
Absolutely. Raz, by the way, it was interesting. I remember there was there's a recording of you entering Darth's channel and having a discussion with him, and he refers to you as his friend. And
Right, right.
he says to you, "Ahoy!" So do you recall when he said that? He
Yes, yes. I mean,
said "Ahoy"
yes, I
and
do
was having a
remember.
thing
I
with
do
you.
remember being his friend.
Yeah, you
And
said
now
you
But
were.
now he turned
you're
on
never his
me.
friend now.
Mhm.
What?
He
According to
turned
him.
on me when I didn't make any videos about him. He turned against me.
I'm sorry, Roz.
Yeah.
I feel bad that this has happened to you. I genuinely do. I take no pleasure in this, and I hope that you're okay. I really do. This is disturbing to me.
It is disturbing that he gets away with it as well.
Raz, are you okay?
I'm trying to feel better.
Okay.
Oh yes, the Reformation server and worldview server. Can Sydney post up both servers being taken down because Darth Dawkins broke terms of service? So 2 servers were shut down because Darth Dawkins became liability. He was reported straight to Discord for TOS. Oh, Sydney, can you post the servers, both servers being closed down because of him?
Sure, but we've already done that. We know that. We know that the.
No, for Daniel to see real quick. Can yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I tried to log in, and I assumed that I made the assumption that he had banned me from the server because I was unable to
Yep.
join. But this is interesting.
Oh, he's gone. I mean, the server's gone. All right, so there it is. It's offline, as you can tell. Where is it? Oh, there it comes. Just really slow. Slow.
And can you show the worldview as well? Worldview was shut down as well because of what he did.
Well, one at a time. See
Yep.
that one?
Okay. Yeah, that one. Reformation shut down.
Right.
Yeah, because of him.
And then we've got the other one, which is this one here. And I'll share it. Which is this one here. Worldview debates offline. Offline, baby.
Oh my god! Wow.
Yeah, he broke TOS, terms of service,
And
in
both,
there as well.
and as you can see, both of those servers say that, even actually announce that Darth Dawkins is on there, like he's the big draw. But obviously, not so much anymore.
You know, there was a question in the side chat. If you scroll up a little, it's at the top. It said, "Has anyone seen Darth's face?" And I remember a few months back, Darth, excuse me, Darth came into a server. I think her name is Warren. That's her last name, Warren. And he came into the server, and he was just there a brief moment, just probably not even 2 minutes. And then it showed a video, an alleged video of him, his face. But actually, it was not him. It looks like Darth planned that. You know, he actually tried to make it look like that person was him.
Yeah, that was S.J. Thomason's.
The fact was, it was a deceased. It was. It was a deceased person. The video he was using was of a deceased person. Can you imagine that? That you're going to try to.
How do you get lower than that?
Make a. Yeah, isn't it? It's despicable. This is a guy who's saying he's a Christian, and he's using a video of a deceased person in order to try to make people think that that's him.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Could he get any lower? This is just, I mean, he continually just sinks and sinks and sinks.
He does, doesn't he?
Has everyone seen the new Tom Rabbit video with the update?
Which one was that? How long ago was it?
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
I think it was yesterday where he gave kind of like Tom hasn't posted many videos.
The video I watched sort of gave me the impression that Tom Rabbit is the reason that Darth Dawkins left the politics and religion server. Am I right?
No, I don't think so.
No?
I really don't. I think it
I
was.
disagree with that.
I think it was. It was some of the mods. I think Eve would know more about it than me, but it was some of the mods in that particular server that made him leave. I don't think it. No, it didn't have anything to do with Tom Rabbit, because I remember at the time that he actually was either kicked out of the server or he left. That was the same night that me and Eve were in Discord. We were speaking. So we were speaking about him as it was happening. This is before Tom Rabbit. It was a day before Tom Rabbit did anything as far as a video. In fact, it might have even been a couple days before Tom Rabbit did his video. So Tom Rabbit didn't know anything about it as it was actually happening in real time, according to what I'm looking at, according to my notes, and also according to what Eve said, because we were right there at the same time that it was going on.
I remember that. There was that petition to remove Darth's mods and stuff from the politics and religion, and while we were streaming that petition, the news came that he was gone. And then we couldn't figure out why. Was it because of the petition, or was it because of something else?
Tom Rabbit didn't know anything about it.
Right.
Right.
That is correct.
That's great. But I haven't gone to Discord.
And by the way, I checked the petition.
Yeah.
I checked the petition about 5 minutes ago, and even though he's out, he's out of politics and religion, so the petition was aimed at getting him out, but it has 89 people right now signed up. I still hope that people will sign up. In fact, I might do another video to try to get the other 11 people, just to make it a point to show Darth, to show that we've got numbers. We've got the numbers against him. That would be the point. Even though he's already out, I would like to see, it would be like a minor victory to show that we've got the numbers to get his ass kicked out. So anyone watching this, please go to either Sydney's channel or my channel and sign the petition. We only need 11 more signatures. Please sign that petition. Thank you.
Can you share the screen of the petition again so we can encourage people to sign it?
Well, the best thing is to give me the link, and I'll just post it, because there's a link to the change.org petition.
Well, I can't put the link in the text area because the link has too many characters. It's over 200 characters, so it won't fit in the text area.
Really? How come it's so?
Yeah, it's too long.
Okay, well.
Can you share a screen of the image?
Well, there's no point now because it's done. Carry on.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's what I was saying. He's already been thrown out, but that's what I was trying to say. I would like still, even though he's already out of that particular server, it would just really be nice to have those other 11 signatures just as a statement, just as a statement to show Darth Dawkins that we have got the numbers. It's like a minor victory. So that's the reason why, even though it's done, true, I'd still like to have people sign that. And I might do another video, maybe tomorrow, to try to get the other 11 signatures, just to make a statement to Gary. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not so much about him already being kicked out of the server as much as it is to make a statement to him. Okay?
Yeah, but let's be honest. I mean, on some level, this must get him off. Just the fact that there are people gathering and organizing.
I have an idea. I have an
You're
idea
right.
that the politics and religion server was owned by a guy named Blackout, who is a Catholic, and perhaps Darth Dawkins approached.
Yeah, that's right. He was one of the owners.
Right.
There were three owners.
And Darth Dawkins approached Blackout to dictate his demands, and I think Blackout told him to take a hike. I think that's what happened. I need it confirmed.
But that is indeed what.
Well, that's odd. Well, that's. I mean, I'm not going to say that's not what happened, but it's very. It's kind of odd because in that same server, where Blackout was one of the three main mods, and I was kicked out of that server, so I actually contacted Blackout. I contacted him.
Oh.
I DM'd him.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I told him that I was kicked out of that particular server, and I asked him, could he check to see why I was kicked out of that server? And after I sent him that DM, he blocked my DMs in Discord. So right now, I can no longer send him a DM. So that, based on that, it seems, at least at that time, that he was actually working in cahoots with Darth, and he didn't want to lose Darth. He didn't want to actually, because Darth draws attention, or he draws attention to that particular server. So at least at that time, when Blackout sent me that message, and then he blocked my DMs, it had to do with something that Gary was working with him, or at least that he was, in cahoots with Gary.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put it that way.
Yeah. So if there's anybody out there who's either been a victim of Darth Dawkins or has something to say about Darth Dawkins, you are more than welcome to join and let it all out. Tell us what you think. The join link is at the top. Please press and come on in. Tell us what you think. Because what if we're wrong? I need to know objectively if we're on the right track, or if she's on the Darth Dawkins is on the right track. Well, not too many takers. I see.
Did you call Darth Dawkins she?
Yes, Darth Dawkins has announced to me personally, privately, that she would prefer the pronouns she and her from now on. So if you're going to refer to Gary Milne or Darth Dawkins, then please have respect for her and use the correct pronouns, she and her. Thank you.
I wish he'd come in here and pull his shtick with the old God doesn't exist because, or something like some bullshit like that. As if everyone is
Yeah,
like
Gary, if you're listening, feel free to come in. Okay.
Gary, fuck
We'll
you.
let you speak. We're not gonna mute you. We're not gonna ban you. We want to hear you have your own voice here, and you're free to come in. We'll treat you real good.
Right. So Gary's not watching. He wouldn't give me 2 seconds of his time. Come on. He's way too important for Sydney Winston.
Oh, he's had some choice words to say about you, Sydney.
I heard. I think I've heard some of them. Not all of them, mind you, but probably some of them.
He seems to have a thing for J.L. Warren as well.
Oh, J.L. Warren tore him to pieces. Basically, J.L. Warren took the whole of Darth Dawkins, shoved it into his mouth, chewed, and then spit her out in 1,000 pieces like this. And that was the end of Darth Dawkins, courtesy of J.L. Warren. In fact, there's more to come with the Van Til video.
Oh, that was a fantastic video.
Oh, you've watched it?
It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry?
You watched it?
I did. I loved it. And it's interesting, Darth. There was a video of Darth saying that he had listened to J.L. Warren's video
Mm-hmm.
and that he had found it humorous.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, you find this humorous? I decided to go and listen to it.
Yeah.
And it was just dead on. It was bullseye.
Exactly.
Bullseye.
Beautiful. And that's why I expect the Van Til video to be equally as on point as the first
That's
one.
going to be fantastic.
Yeah. If this starts to fizzle, maybe I'll just stream it. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. Right now, we are inviting anyone to join who has an opinion about Darth Dawkins or an experience with Darth Dawkins. And I also understand that Darth Dawkins, the reason that he doesn't come on camera is because of the lipstick. She feels that she will be mocked and ridiculed if we see her face with lipstick on her lips. And that wouldn't give a good impression, considering his misogyny and Christian values. So that probably explains why he'll never come on camera, because he's always cross-dressed with the makeup on and a wig. And he's not very attractive. She's not very attractive.
Side note, I found the little battle that he had with Nephilim Free.
Yeah.
You have two of the biggest simpletons on the internet going head to head. It was just fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Nephilim Free and Mr. Batman and Darth Dawkins are like the trinity of stupid.
The Three Stooges?
Sure. Sure.
Yeah, but I think Nephilim Free is a Unitarian or something. He doesn't believe there are three persons. Some controversy over that.
Well, yesterday I played part 1 and part 2 of the Trinity as presented by the History in the Bible and History of the Papacy. And after an hour and a half or 2 hours, they were so muddled and confused themselves as to what this Trinity is, because there are so many different factions who had different views of how the Trinity works. For example, the Orthodox are God is the same person in the same essence in three persons, and the other one says God is above all else, and then comes Jesus, and then comes the Holy Spirit, and then comes humans, and so on and so on and so on. So there's really no consensus about what the Trinity is, other than the forced consensus from the Council of Nicaea.
Oh, it's fantastic watching them spin their gears trying to round a square. It's just, you can't do it. I mean, 3 and 1 and 1 and 3 and persons and all this nonsense.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very confusing, to the point that that no one understands it. No one understands it. Even those people who wrote it do not understand it. And that's what happens when you have a doctrine by you have a meeting, you take a vote on the doctrine, and then by consensus, by majority, the doctrine is the orthodoxy of the day. Crazy shit. That's what Christianity is.
I wonder if that buffoon, Jesus is Lord, is creeping about. I'd like to have a
He
word
was in
with
here
him.
earlier. He was in the side chat earlier. But when I said that Christians who come in here and start talking gospel shit and start saying the Bible is Bible says that the Bible says that God exists, therefore God exists. Those are the kind of people I do not want in here at all, ever. Because yesterday I had enough of the two that were here. It was actually kind of hilarious that, time and time and time again, I'd say to them, listen, the Gospels are not relevant. They are not a credible source of history. Oh, but look what it says in John and Matthew and this and that and the other. The Bible says God exists, therefore God exists. And they wouldn't, and they just wouldn't stop that. So I've had to curtail that approach from the Christians. So if you're a Christian and you come in here and you start referring to the gospel as your source, as your credible source, you will be removed by my very burly bouncers forthwith. Hey, Rebel Melee's in the side chat. Hello, Rebel. Or should I call you Melee? Or should I call you RM? Or should I just call you Sugar? Come on in. Let's have a chat about... She wants to talk about Nephilim Free. I have a video talking about Nephilim Free. I have a video. I was going to play it yesterday, but I've still got it queued up. That Artangelo released, where they were talking about Nephilim Free. I haven't listened to it or watched it, so it's something that I'm looking forward to.
Oh, I have something. Darth Dawkins was lurking on DDD. Darth Dawkins Debunked and me and T-Jump server. He came in and lurked.
So he's that's all he's got. That's all he's got left. He's down to lurking.
He's just lurking and he sent Otangelo to us last night.
Have you seen Otangelo's website? I went to have a look at it this morning. What a fucking joke! It's copy pasta. It's the Artangelo's website is the poster boy for copy pasta. There isn't a thing in there that he wrote on his own. Everything is copy paste, copy paste, copy paste, copy paste.
Can someone link me to Otangelo's masterwork?
Yeah, I'll send it to you later on. Unfortunately, with my computer these days, it's old, and the resources are limited. So I can do sort of not one thing at a time, but I can't do too many things at a time. Otherwise, it'll just choke on me. And I've had that happen before, where the computer shuts down. It's dead. Everything's just gone. And everybody outside there in the meet and in the YouTube, what the fuck's going on here? Where is Sydney? And I have to wait until the computer cools down and restarts and reboots and blah blah blah. So I don't want to take the chance again. Oh, Rebels at work. Excellent. Well, I should be around every day at all hours. So my schedule can work around yours, Rebel. No problem there.
Sydney, will you come on Discord for a reunion with Godless Girl? She's back on Discord.
Godless Girl can come in here right now. Where has she been?
Check.
Where has she been?
She was in Discord last night. You and her need a reunion.
Well,
because yeah.
Yeah, the link. If she wants, there's the link. You can either give it to her or she can come into the side chat and just click it. But I told you before. I told you before.
Discord.
I just stay on Google Meet. So there we go. And I'm on Google Meet right now, and it's up and running. So I don't, and I told you before, Eve, I don't go to Discord. I don't do Discord. I haven't gone to Discord in probably over a year. So I stay away from it because it's really it's for children. It's for young children and young teenagers and young adults and gamers, and just not my cup of tea.
But if you go into T-Jump server, they're more of your age group. It's a much, it's
Discord.
more,
Discord is for kids. End of story. At least as far as I'm concerned, Discord is for children, and it's not a healthy place for adults. Look what it did to that poor woman, Darth Dawkins. Look at that mess of a look at that brain. Look at how it's been messed up.
You mean the woman he made her cry?
No, the
Oh,
woman,
I saw that.
the woman Darth
Yes.
Dawkins herself.
Yeah, we've come to learn that Darth
Darth
is
is obviously a cross-dresser. She. I mean, she can open the camera and prove that she's not a cross-dresser with a wig and lipstick, but I don't think he's going to do that. She's going to do that.
Is it true that Raz has had a good look at her, good look at Darth on video? Is that the case?
I think so.
True.
Rez?
Is he handsome?
I saw him years ago, many, many years ago on Pow Talk when he was on cam. It was so long ago.
Yeah. I mean, who wants to see him anyway?
Is that true that he looks like a younger version of Taylor Hicks?
Darth
Well,
is a...
years ago he looks like Taylor Hicks, but now
Darth is a...
he has receding hairline
Now,
Oh, he's got a
today.
receding hairline. So, question: is Darth is trans? No, Bill. Darth is a crossdresser, and I think crossdressers and trans people, they really they sort of conflict. They don't like each other. That's probably why he's such a transphobe.
Yeah, what I found most troubling about Darth was and I did send him a DM and warned him of the dangers of autoerotic asphyxiation, but he does I hate to bring it up because it is so graphic, but he does actually take a pair of pantyhose and strangle himself,
Ooh.
and he pleasures himself. I sent him a message and I said, please, Darth, stop. And she just wouldn't have it.
Really? What's the name for that practice?
Autoerotic asphyxiation, which is what she's into, Darth. And it's disturbing, Sydney.
It is disturbing. Must be a sight to see.
Really bringing the skeletons out of the closet.
Well, Darth is in the closet, which is why he cross-dresses. She cross-dresses.
What a coward. I bet he's watching right now. I just wish he'd come in.
He's not watching. He's on Clubhouse making little girls cry because he's such a hero.
Well, if Antangelo's here, that's how you know Darth is here.
Right, but D'Artangelo's not here. At least I don't think he's here.
He's abusing new victims in Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Yeah, he has a fresh start where they don't know him.
I was disgusted by yesterday's performance by him in making that girl cry. And she was so pissed off at the end. I mean, she was not pissed off, but she was really upset. I mean, she said, for a guy like Darth Dawkins, a white guy telling her, that she's worthless. Number one, she's female. She's a person of color. There were some other things that she mentioned, and she was really upset that a guy like Darth Dawkins would talk to her like that. But maybe when he cross dresses, when she cross dresses, he gets to experience his female side, and I doubt it though. I just think he's a psychopath as well. Are we attracted to psychopaths or what?
They're fascinating. You have to admit. It's hard to look away, right?
James is in the side chat as well. He also watched that. James watched that video of him abusing that poor woman, making her cry. Piece of shit.
What do you think about Otangelo and his? It seems like he's Darth's submissive. Does anyone get that impression too? That Otangelo just revels in his. He revels in the groveling.
You talking about the guy with the Kermit the Frog voice?
Yeah, the Brazilian.
That guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think he's pitiful. Pitiful. I don't understand about this Otangelo. He lives in the most beautiful city. He's got a nice family, very nice family. What is it about him that keeps him on the internet when he could be out there enjoying life with his family? He's got a young family. He's got a beautiful wife and a couple of kids, or one kid. I don't know how many he's got, but he's got everything going for him. Yet he insists on humiliating himself on the world stage, on the internet. It's beyond me. Can anybody explain that?
Yeah, that is indeed a mystery as to why he does this, but
James, you gonna come in? Because I know you have some things to say about that bitch, Darth Dawkins.
Imagine him in fishnets. That's always how
I know. All I know is that Darth Dawkins loves fishnet stockings and lipstick. It's his thing. It's her thing. James says Otangelo goes online to humiliate himself. How true is that, eh? Yep. He sure does. Otangelo is in the he's in the side chat. So he did get sent there by Darth. That's funny. That's hilarious. He says, Sydney Winston, why don't you go and enjoy your family rather than bitching stream after stream about a random guy on the web? Well, Otangelo, I enjoy my family every day. You seem to forget that my family is a grown-up family. My children are married. My oldest daughter has been married for 10 years. And I speak to her every single day. So, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Well, that puts
Cindy, did you capture the picture of Darth Dawkins on Clubhouse?
No, why?
He looks like that, but he has receding hairline.
I saw a picture, but again, I don't care that about the pictures that he puts up because they're fake.
Well, I will answer Bill. He looks like that with less hair, receding hairline. Wait, I need to look at the picture one more time because it's very small, but it's hard for me to see. But he does look like that.
Yes, 10 years. Rebel. 2011 to 2021. 10 years.
Your family is Darth Dawkins, Sydney, as Otangelo claimed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. He is on Clubhouse. That's quite the demotion. Clubhouse. I don't think anyone who's on this platform or Discord or anywhere even has heard of Clubhouse. I certainly hadn't.
I never heard of it. Yeah, I thought it was another Discord server. I didn't know.
No, I knew it was an invite only sort of for I don't know, invite only for high up mucky mucks is what I thought, but maybe they've changed it. Maybe it's not invite only. I don't know how Darth Dawkins have got an invite to Clubhouse. Let's face it.
Otangelo, would you join us? Would you care to join us?
What could Otangelo possibly contribute?
Comedy.
Well, yeah, okay. I can't fault you there. All right, come and make us laugh, Otangelo.
Well, by the way,
yeah.
By the way, when I did the video this morning about my chat yesterday with Otangelo, after I posted the video, I sent the link to him. I sent him a DM in Discord to let him know that I did the video. And then after I sent him the DM, he sent me a message back. He said, what was the point of doing the video? He was questioning me about why I did that video. But I told him, well, basically, like I said, like I told him last night, I'm like a reporter. I just want to get the word out, let people know. And so how people interpret it or whether or not they think it is productive or whatever the case may be, that's up to them. I'm not trying to force anything down anyone's throat. So I'm not the guy that's trying to tell people, how they should think or what they cannot agree with or disagree with, or I'm not the guy that tells people that I know their worldview better than they do. Okay, I'm just putting the word out. So however people want to interpret it or whatever they get out of it, whatever, that's fine. So that's how I answered Otangelo. I just told him to each his own, basically. However they want to interpret it, that's fine.
Would you excuse me? I have a guest.
Sure.
So
thank you for joining.
Sure.
What's up? So did he say excuse me, he's just leaving the camera, or he's leaving the room? How did Darth Dawkins get an invite from Clubhouse? Because if that's the case, then Clubhouse has made probably the biggest mistake of their young career.
Well, there's a note in the side chat. It said, I don't know if it's true, but it said, I think Clubhouse recently ended the invite-only system. I don't know anything about Clubhouse, but that's one of the notes.
Okay. Oh, well, we'll find out soon enough. Welcome, Beats. Hello.
Hello. Hello, Beats.
Hello.
Hello?
You're roboting.
Is my audio okay?
No. A lot of distortion.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's probably not going to work then. I got a TV going in the room too with me, so
Yeah, turn it off.
I just yeah, it is my wife watching it, so it ain't going to happen.
What's not going to happen?
My wife's watching the TV, that's all. I'm in the same room with her on the computer.
Oh, okay, well, put your headphones on, and that should solve the problem.
I do have headphones on, but let me see. Does that make
I wonder, does he have YouTube running in the background?
it any better?
No, everything is distorted when you talk. Everything that's coming from your end.
Well, it must be my headset. I don't have another microphone.
Does he have
I can't make out what he's
Does
saying.
he have YouTube in the background running?
No, he's got his wife's watching TV in the background, and she's not gonna turn it off, and he's not gonna leave the room or whatever.
Let me see. Did that make it any better?
We can't hear you. Your speech is garbled coming through.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it must be my headset then. I'll have to talk about you guys. I'm sorry. I'll just pop in and see what's going on.
That's too bad. Too bad. We were looking forward to your input there, Beats. So, Artangelo, can you come in here with Darth Dawkins, and we want to teach you about reality. You can come in here and sit like good children and listen to us. Can you do that? Come on in. Come on.
Darth Dawkins has sent Ontangelo to us.
Mm-hmm.
Please, Ontangelo, link us to Clubhouse with Darth Dawkins. And Ontangelo, you have to unblock me from Discord. Please don't block me.
I see there in the site chat that Clubhouse is just Android and iOS. So you can't do it from a PC with Windows?
You have to do it on your phone.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's crazy.
Yes. Is Ontangelo in the side chat?
I think so. There's another Christian in there. He was another one that was in here yesterday, just going on about the Bible, the Bible, the Bible. The Bible says God exists. The Bible says God exists, therefore God exists because it says so in the Bible. Why does God exist? Because it says so in the Bible. How do you know that God exists? Because it says so in the Bible.
Oh, I'm on Clubhouse. I just found Darth Dawkins. I don't think Ontangelo knows about this. Okay, we're gonna show where he is. Right now he is exploring the rooms in Clubhouse. He experimenting with the room, but I just saw him in this room. Let's share the screen. We need to share the screen to let everyone know where he's going. Cheryl.
Good. Well, we have a new person in here. Why?
Yeah, he's like exploring the rooms in Clubhouse right now.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Okay. Let me share the screen to see where I have encountered him.
Okay, hold on a sec. I'd like to welcome Why Non-Believers Are Idiots. Okay. Welcome. We can't hear you. Hello. We can hear you typing, but we can't hear you speaking. Oh, he was a troll.
That was a drive-by.
Yeah, it was a... That's funny. That's hilarious. Oh, the Christians are digging deep. I think they realize
Post
they.
this up. I just saw him in there. I just saw him in this room
Okay.
in Clubhouse. He's just exploring it. Here, I'll send it to everyone in here.
No, just give us the running commentary. That's good.
It's a big room. He's just exploring the rooms right now.
All right. So there's nothing really we can refer to then. Nothing really we can talk about.
But you need to do it on the phone. That's the only problem. Like, we need a phone for this.
So it's not going to happen. PC can run an Android emulator? Ugh. I couldn't be bothered. D'Artangelo is so upset that Darth has left the internet, at least the mainstream internet, that he says you guys are already feeling the DD abstinence syndrome. It's not very creative, Artangelo. You've got to do better than that.
Darth has sent Artangelo to us. Hey, Artangelo, I just witnessed Darth Dawkins exploring the rooms in Clubhouse.
How long before he gets kicked out of Clubhouse?
I don't know, but I do know that Darth Dawkins mentioned of leaving Discord for a Clubhouse.
He did?
No, I don't know how long will it be. But he's just exploring the rooms there. He's just in the phase of... He's going through the exploration phase of Clubhouse.
Oh, okay.
Do you see what I posted?
Yeah, but I had a look at it. It doesn't make sense. It says, from short to feature, we're back. Anthology special. That's all it says. I don't know what that even means.
That's the room on Clubhouse. I just saw him went in there.
Oh, all right. Well, he's probably looking for supply, for his narcissistic supply. He's looking for some weak-ass, weak-minded person, preferably young enough to be her granddaughter, that she can abuse in real time. That's essentially the way Darth Dawkins works. He's a bully.
He's searching for a new room. He's just exploring the rooms on Clubhouse.
Well, let's face it, Darth Dawkins is going to be disappearing soon, but he will be replaced by perhaps Toneloke. Perhaps Toneloke will take over where Darth Dawkins left off, because he's kind of a mouthpiece for DD. Welcome, David.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, David.
Hello,
Roz.
Hello there.
What's on your mind, David? Oh, we can hear your football match in the back there.
Yeah, he is, but I don't think J. Robin or Antonio or any of those guys, they don't have the presence of, they don't have the abusive, narcissistic, sociopath abilities of Darth.
Well, this might be true. However, remember that 10 years ago, Darth wasn't the psychopath that he is today. So it takes time. You've got to build it up.
There is some old stuff of Darth on the old, what was that other channel that did a lot of Darth videos? He's been pretty... Oh, I got a huge delay. Oh, hold on. That should do it. Let's see.
We can hear you fine.
Close out my YouTube. Okay, there we are.
There you go.
Oh, he was on, Tom Rabbit has a video of Darth up on. He went into Clubhouse and he's abusing some poor lady in there. who was just talking. She wasn't even doing anything, and he abuses the hell out of her. And Tone Loc is in there, and Jay Robin, I think. And I don't think that's going to go well for him in there, though.
I think that the clubhouse brass will take some action against Queen Darth Dawkins pretty soon.
Yeah, he doesn't have Blackout anymore. I guess even he got tired of Darth.
Well, also, Blackout's a Catholic, and Darth Dawkins is not a friend of the Catholics. Then again, how can anyone be a friend of a Catholic?
Yeah, terrible. So what else is news? Yeah, he made that poor woman cry there on Clubhouse. It was just some lady talking about some beliefs of hers, and he went in there with, his script, and he just
basically abused her, told her that she was no Christian because she, he asked some silly question like, what is the 10th book of the Old Testament? I mean, New Testament, some stupid question. Which no one knows the answer. Who cares, right?
Yeah, he always does that. Well, what's the 5th chapter of the New Testament?
Yeah, whatever.
I can't remember. Oh, you don't know anything. You're just lying.
You're no Christian. You're going to hell. That's the end of that.
I read War and Peace, but I couldn't tell you what the 5th chapter was named, or even if there was one. I don't know.
That's his methodology. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been using that one for forever too. Just comes up with that one. It's so lame. His stupid script is just so damn lame. It's ridiculous.
So I was looking at the Guinness Book of World Records this morning. What is the longest document in the world?
Longest document?
Yes, the longest document in the world. According to the Guinness Book of World Records. The longest document in the world is Darth Dawkins' troll list.
Yeah, has to be.
David, are you on Discord? Because if you are, I will give you where to find him on Clubhouse. I found him.
Really?
Yes,
I don't really go there, all the time that he was on Discord, and even the other places, the only thing I see about Darth is other uploads like Darth Dawkins Debunked site, and the other one, I can't think of the name of who used to do a bunch of Darth stuff, and then Tom Rabbit now, but there used to be another YouTube channel too. I might go over there, on Clubhouse.
Yeah, just add me on Discord, and then I'll give you the room where you can find Darth Dawkins, because I'm in there with him right now. I found him.
I don't think I'd even be able to do that right now. I'm just
wait. It's in the side chat. Let me put in my ID or my names in the side chat.
I closed out my YouTube too. I have to on this, or else I can't talk. It does that crazy.
Do you realize that
I'm only in Meet Google right now as well? So I don't know. I see that. Yeah.
So you realize that all of your running to Clubhouse is just feeding Darth Dawkins' narcissism.
Yeah. I've never been in there with him in any Discords or any of that. I just see the video uploads. And mostly Tom Rabbits. They're hilarious. He gets the good clips, and they're entertaining.
Well, according to a video I watched with the Madame herself, Darth Dawkins, she says that she said that she asked the owner of Politics and Religion to ban Tom Rabbit, and if Tom Rabbit is not banned, then Darth Dawkins will never go back to the Politics and Religion server, which for the Politics and Religion server is extremely good news.
Oh yeah, he threw a tantrum, and left, and I kind of thought as soon as I heard that he'd probably go back in. He'll be back there in a couple weeks or something. I don't know.
He has to get his supply. He will. Yeah. He will emerge. He will appear. It's a sickness. It's a sickness that is within this disgusting human being's psyche.
Has to abuse people. Has to have some outlet to abuse folks, since he's a shut-in there in his mom's house. And
Well, he's 60 years old. Yeah. He lives in the basement of his mother's house. His mother is young enough to cook and do all the work that a mother does. He once gave the excuse that he was living there because he's a caretaker. He's taking care of his older mother, but she doesn't seem like she needs much taken care of, considering that he's stuck in the basement all day and only runs up for his dinner appointments.
Yeah, his mom cooks him up his pizza bites or whatever she makes for him that night.
Tater tots.
Tots or stove.
Tater tots and pizza pockets.
Yeah, pizza pockets. Maybe if he's lucky, some chicken fingers. I don't know.
No, some KFC delivery. That's what they do. Because they pretty much
probably $1,000.
Look, let's face it. Darth Dawkins is part of the sort of a trailer trash community in terms of intellect and presentation. So he's got a lot of company.
He thinks he's a great intellect for sure. He thinks he's high intellect, and part of the deal with being a narcissist like him, he can't be wrong about anything, of course,
Well, what's his name? J.L. Warren, with his Cornelius Van Til video, is going to prove Darth Dawkins absolutely wrong on all counts, and I'm looking very forward to watching it. And I'd like to give a shout out and kudos to J.L. Warren for all the work he does. His channel, you should all go and subscribe and watch. His channel is top class.
Indeed. Yeah, he's. I think when Tom Rabbit, it really he seemed to have gone over the edge lately. Gone over the edge. He has his few followers, but I guess Otangelo is. He's another one. He's a special case there. Otangelo, jeez. But they've all been kicked off. He had, what's his name? Jay Robin calling into V and Thomas's show, whichever that one is, and it's been banned from there. So those guys are. V tore him up. I don't know if you saw the last video where he'd already been banned from the show, and he called back, and she tore him up pretty good. He said he's just a clown.
Yeah. Eve has just sent me something. Holy crap! Is this from when he went bankrupt, Eve?
That's why he returned to his mother because of all those suits.
There's the lawsuits against him. Oh my God, that's a lot.
Yes, so many, and plus a divorce settlements. Like it's heavy hitter. That's why he returned to his mom.
So he went bankrupt.
Yeah.
He must have gone bankrupt or something.
Yes, he got it. Yes.
Holy crap! Darth Dawkins.
He's been bankrupted.
Wow.
I'm sure.
Let me share it for those on Discord. Why he returned to his mother. Are you on? Oh yeah. Okay.
Hold on, my dog's.
Darth. He's bringing home some STDs to his wife there and stuff. Oh man, and he's the one that sits up and he's high and mighty and.
He's a pig.
What a piece of crap.
Yeah, he's an absolute. Oh, I mean, with all due respect to pigs, but
Yeah, poor pigs. They didn't deserve anything to be compared to him, huh? Yes.
Well, I didn't know.
If he loses.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I say if he happens to lose his little group of followers, especially. I mean, I don't know what it'll do. Go off or something.
I bet you there's a lot of parents who don't know that their children are online with somebody like Darth Dawkins and being abused by Darth Dawkins, and if they didn't know, they'd put a stop to it.
Yeah, if I had some kids today, there'd be no way I'd let them roam around on the internet and TikTok and all this stuff and Discords. I wouldn't let them do it. There's no way. I watch a bunch of stuff on the YouTube. There's these pred catchers, and I never would have thought there's so many, but there's a bunch of them on YouTube. And these guys are always catching people who meet up with what they think are 13, 14-year-olds, and they catch them all day. They all meet them on the internet, of course, in internet rooms and stuff. It's crazy. I wouldn't allow it.
This is a very sick world we live in. Christianity has not made it any better.
Yeah, it would have been up till about a couple years ago. I used to hear about pedos and stuff, child predators. And you used to think there's probably some here and there, but those channels, they catch a couple of them every day, and all they have to do is go online for a few minutes, and there'll be somebody there waiting to meet a 13-year-old. There's no shortage of them. They're everywhere.
What do you think of people who are so arrogant and full of themselves that they believe that they will, when they die, live forever in eternity next to Jesus? What do you think about that?
That is something. It's something else.
There's got to be a word for it.
That's probably one of the things when I was, quite younger, and I, was always thinking, like, well, how does anybody know that when you die that you go on from that, other than something was written in a book? It's definitely one of the things I was doubting about religion way back then. How would anybody know any of this? And it's written here in this book. It's like, yeah, but it's a bunch of crap in that book too. So how does anybody know? And never got any answer for that. And just take it, just believe it, and it's not good enough. So basically figured out that was nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
But they do. You can tell a lot of these people, and see, and especially Catholics in there.
Sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but I have to take a break. I have to go get something to eat, so I'm going to take a break here. But if you're not here when I come back, I appreciate. Thanks, Sydney, for letting me do this, and thank you for the chat. It was I had a good time.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, David. Thank you.
We'll see you.
And Daniel. Okay. Have a good one.
Okay, take care.
Well, there is a lot of arrogance from people who they believe that they're in this group and they're gonna live forever and stuff. There's a lot of arrogance that comes from that. You can just tell from them, and especially Darth and his gang, and they'll wield that around. And we're gonna live forever and all this. It's like, yeah, that's what you say. Get a lot of hubris.
What kind of fool's paradise are these people living in?
They believe it, or I'm not actually sure if they believe it, or I don't know. It seems like some of those guys, Antonio and Jay Robin, and they like to just abuse people too. I'm not sure if any of them actually believe the stuff they spew.
Well, they probably both of them need a father figure because they don't have one in their lives, and that's why Darth Dawkins comes along, and to them he seems assertive and knowledgeable, and so they glom onto him.
Well, I've called him for a long time. I comment on a bunch of Tom's videos. I refer to him as the Darth and his Lost Boys. I think it fits pretty well. Darth and his Lost Boys. Yeah, they're a special group that, I don't think they had dads and all this stuff, so they gravitate towards Darth, and it's definitely one of the.
So it's just been explained to me why Darth Dawkins lives in his mother's basement.
Yeah. From Raz.
From somebody in my Google chat.
Uh-huh.
And what's happening is that this goes back about 10, 11, 12 years. Oh, back to 2007. He's been having legal issues. And
wow.
With his divorce and the collapse of his business, if he had one, it all caught up with him. His divorce settlement, I believe, bankrupted him, and this is why he lives in his mother's basement right now.
And acts like he's a king from down there.
And yes.
Well, I don't doubt it.
Hello, James.
Evening, gentlemen. Evening.
Evening. Hoe gaan het?
Ja, Darth, you know. Goed jongen, goed. Met jou?
Baie goed.
Mooi. I mean, what is there to say about Darth Dawkins? You know, this dude. I mean, I don't know if anyone's seen what he did to that poor woman. You know,
Yeah,
we were talking about it.
I don't understand.
we were talking about that earlier.
Come on, you don't. I mean, look at it. You don't do that. You don't do. I mean, I was so mad when I saw the clip. You know,
Yeah.
I actually physically wanted to jump on a plane to America to go beat his ass up. How can you do something like that?
I just wanted to, you know, I just wanted to be in a room with that woman and you know, just let her know that this
Dude,
is not.
she was upset.
This is
She
not
was
what humanity
upset.
is. Yeah, oh, she was
She
very
was
upset.
She was heartbroken, you know, and that's what gutted me so much, you know. I mean,
Yeah.
if Doc picks on like you or me, you know, we can defend ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What he did to that woman was unforgivable. Really and truly unforgivable.
Indeed.
Well, he's definitely a piece of shit. I mean, he
He's worse than a
thrives off of that kind of stuff.
He's the
He
mothership
thrives
of
off
shit.
of that kind of stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
And you guys were telling me about cross-dressing. Were you joking or were you serious?
I'm serious.
And what's your evidence for
Darth?
that? Yeah.
The evidence of is the fact that he doesn't come on camera.
Ah, okay. So you're embellishing.
No, listen, he projects a lot, right? And
Yeah.
if you, there was a video I watched this morning about him. He said that he used to play this game. What is that? And the game.
Yeah, I remember that.
Remember that? So
Yeah.
he had there was a video up this morning where he did the same thing, and he was showing other people how it works. And the first image, or the first person he brought up with in the what is that was somebody that was I guess a woman, I mean a man that's had a transition.
Transition, yeah.
Right. So he was laughing, making fun, you know, making all sorts of disgusting comments about this person. And then the next person he brings up was somebody with a disability, a female with a disability, and he was making fun of her as well. What is that? What is that? Meanwhile, it's a female with a disability. He's a.
You know, it is. I'm convinced that Darth loves to see people suffer.
I think so too.
Oh well, yeah.
Yeah.
He thrives off of it. You know, it's
like he gets a hard on.
It's a narcissism, and you know, he's a sociopath and all that. You know, he definitely.
He's many things. He's a sociopath. Sometimes I even wonder whether he's a psychopath.
Yeah, I probably think he's done terrible things to people in real life. You know,
he's done terrible things to his own family.
That's the funny thing. The worst people become Christians, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. And I said that before. But they become Christians, right? But they continue on with their old ways. You know? But they use this "I am a Christian" as a sort of force field. You know what I'm saying?
It's an excuse. Yeah, I'm sure it's an excuse. Yeah. Oh, I'm forgiven for all this stuff, you know. And
yeah, God forgives me, and I'm going to it. No matter what happens, I'm going to heaven because I'm saved.
Yeah, I'm forgiven, I'm saved, and so it's all good. Sure. Oh yeah.
He's a terrible, terrible, terrible human being.
There's no doubt.
You know what it is? I've now decided, and Darth, if you're listening, I am going after your ass because you have to be stopped, my friend. And wherever I see you, I'm going to mess your shit up. Because, I can't just sit back and watch you do what you do. And especially after seeing that woman yesterday. No, all cards are off the table. And the same for you, Ortangelo, by doxing a person. What Christian doxes? Why did you do that, Ortangelo? Then you say, I'm sorry. You're a grown-ass man. You knew before you did it what, effect it would have on that person, and you still did it. And then you're a bigger chicken shit to say, I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? These guys are scum. Usually I'm a kind of person, I'm secular in nature. I believe that everybody has the right to their freedom of religion. I believe in that. But when it comes to certain religions, just like Darth, the born again New Jersey Stani Taliban, that's why Darth is a fundamentalist. He's an extremist,
Yes,
and we
he
shouldn't
is.
have a place in the world for scum like that.
Yep, shouldn't be a place for extremists like him.
No. I mean, why does he hate gay people?
Abusive. Well,
'Cause-
I think a lot of that stuff. I think him and his boys. He has all these boys around him.
Yeah.
I think that guy has some deep-seated issues. I think he probably cross-dresses, and I think he's gay himself. And
see?
and he's mad about it. Probably like a lot of
He's obsessed with it.
Oh yeah, he is. No doubt.
Yeah.
Yep, projects it all the time, and so to me,
That's
that's
it.
just confirming that that's what he is. So
He's a scumbag,
Sure he is.
very unsavory person.
He's the-
I
he's
heard,
the- He's the bottom of the
represents that-
barrel.
But it is. You know what it is? Speaking as a man of color, looking at America from the outside.
Yeah.
To me, he represents the very, very worst of America.
well, just any people. I mean, I'm sure that in a lot of cultures or whatever, there's somewhat similar types of people.
Yes,
I mean,
they are. Yes.
but yeah, he's a terrible person. I don't know. A very terrible person. And listening to I heard his ex-wife, talk. I know you. Yeah, you played it once too, Sydney. So
Which one?
I heard his ex-wife.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I seen that. I mean, look, at the end of the day, this tells you all about Darth, what kind of a shitty person he is.
His kids hate him.
His own children won't speak to him, and he's never seen his grandchild. What does that tell you?
I don't know.
All the
how he
people
has
that know Darth, I mean, even Eve, and I was going to say stuff to Eve, but I'll let Eve off the hook, my beef is not with Eve. But, even people like Eve that know him, no one that knows him ever has a good thing to say about him.
Yeah.
Everything he touches dies.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Tangelo and his J. Robin and his little followers there in Antonio, and I don't know how they can look at that stuff and just give it because they must have questioned that before.
Yeah, but you
Because
see,
everybody's talking about this stuff, and that's
he's got them terrorized. Have you noticed, for instance, I think it was, I don't know, G.I. Jew. I don't know who goes by that fucking stupid name, but anyway, someone decided to name themselves G.I. Jew, and he confronted Darth once, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think Darth banned him, and then G.I. Jew spoke with the Caucasoid crew later, and Darth wasn't there. And they all agreed, this is not good what Darth is doing, so they agreed to talk to Darth. I think one person mentioned one sentence, Darth cut them off, and they never mentioned it again. He's got them scared.
Yep, that's the way he works.
And with those guys, they're probably got stuff that they do. They're probably just as bad as Darth. I mean, they're probably terrible people, and they're
Well, what I think it also
abusers.
is, I think Darth, because he's a sociopath, he knows how to manipulate people. So, like all these incels, his group of disciples, they've all got issues. And even when most of them talk, most of them sound very, very feminine. You know what I'm saying? They're like, they cower, they subservient. So a dominant guy like Darth talks to them, and they actually think that Darth is their friend. So what happens? They start to tell personal information about themselves. And Darth is the type of scumbag to remember that and use that against you to keep you in line.
Yeah, that's very weird about Darth. And I know Sydney mentioned it earlier with Darth's troll list, but he's got information. Somebody will be talking, and he'll have all kinds of information. He must have a massive stack of notes right by him.
Yeah, he's admitted doing that.
Everything, about everyone.
Hello, Tyler.
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good.
What's up, Tyler?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, my brother. You?
Pretty good.
Awesome. Yeah, Tyler had also some very interesting things to say about Darth. And he made a lot of sense when he said it. This man is an abomination. Darth is an abomination. He really is. He really and truly is.
Well, the only good point is, I'm sure Darth will end badly. Darth will end badly. So that's.
I mean, the name Clubhouse says it all. That's for teenagers, for young children,
Yeah.
and he goes there.
So is Clubhouse a step below Discord?
Well, I mean, I've never been there, but the name doesn't imply anything grown up or intellectual.
True.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what he's going to do, he's going to crush their self-confidence. He's going to make fun of them. You know what I'm saying? Because that's all he does. He's not worried about winning souls for Christ. He's worried about he's concerned about getting a hard-on by dominating people that can't defend themselves.
Oh, that's horrible.
He's a horrible, horrible human being.
He fits all the, he ticks all the boxes for narcissistic personality disorder. I don't know if he's ever been diagnosed, but it doesn't. I mean, the diagnosis isn't important. It's a pattern of behavior.
Right, but he's in denial.
He fits all the criteria because, okay, I'll be very honest with you, and it doesn't take me. I'm not happy when I say this, but I was also diagnosed with a personality order, but antisocial. And if I look at myself, I don't see any of that. So, it's not the end all be all. People just give names to shit that they don't fully understand.
Yeah, but there's a woman. She said it really, really well. She was also diagnosed with the antisocial personality disorder. She said it's not. It doesn't. I can't help the way my brain works.
Yeah.
I can help the choices that I make, and I choose not to manipulate. I choose not to treat people in a bad way.
Exactly. And that's the choices that I made. Because you know what? When somebody tells you something like that, it's not something that you want to hear. But then, after that phase of being angry, you start to look at yourself, and not for the person that you thought you were, no, for the person that you are. And it's not a good experience, but once you do that, that's the first step to doing something about that, And the problem is with Darth. He doesn't have any self-reflection.
Yeah.
He's never wrong. He's always right. People are always rude, and he's always respectful, even though he mutes them, overtalks them, insults them, curses at them. But he's never behaving badly.
No, it's always somebody else's fault.
And that's why I'm saying, especially the terminology sociopath is more than applicable when it comes to him. That's my personal opinion. Because he does not have empathy. He just doesn't.
Needs to feed it all the time, That's one person I think is, an actually dangerous. Other people they can be kind of a sociopath, they can control it though. But he just is only concerned with feeding it at all times. He just, he gets off on abuse and all that.
He's an unhinged, impulsive sociopath. That's how I would describe that.
Pretty much.
Well, for some narcissists of the being hated and is enough. I mean, it's still something that feeds them. Some of course you need to add you also despised and hated. That's also a form of attention.
No, whether it's good or bad, attention is attention, and that's what he wants.
Yeah. It's too bad.
Well, I mean, I'm seriously thinking maybe, an organized campaign against his bullying. Try and make sure that he doesn't get a platform to spread his hatred.
Well,
because you know what? He's influencing people. You know what I'm saying? And not in a good way.
I got to kind of hand it to Tom.
Right.
I think he really kind of got Darth because he'd had a couple of debates with him, and Tom does a lot of videos on him. Darth hates that, and I think he even kind of turned the religion and politics Discord, server there, and he gets hundreds of comments on all his videos about Darth, and
But you see, the thing is, what the reason why, my opinion, right? I think the reason why Darth doesn't like Tom Rabbit is like, in comparison to me, I lose my shit, I get mad. But Tom is always reasonable and he never raises his voice.
Oh, definitely.
So the fact that Darth can't yank his chain
You can't get it.
irritates the shit. Yeah, it irritates him. Like
Yeah,
if
yeah.
for instance,
Yeah,
if Darth
but-
talks to Skylar, Skylar also gets mad, and that's what Darth wants. But when he's talking to, especially when Darth gets mad, and you say to him, Darth, and then you'll get, don't Darth me. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't like that.
Similar to when he was on with what's her name, Shannon. And she really gave it to him too, because she was really just laughing at him, and she was saying, "This is great. It's so interesting seeing how you operate." Yeah, he hated that. He really hated Shannon.
She saw into his script, and if Darth hates, if something irritates Darth, in my opinion, it's not even black men or other. Darth does not like smart women.
Oh no! Oh,
he does not. I mean, in his world, I think women should know their place.
Oh yeah, he's misogynist.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. Anything against anything except the males that he gravitates toward, has them gravitates toward him. That's But women, no, you can tell whenever he's talking to women, he puts them down.
Yep.
All the time.
Because to tell you the truth, I really and truly like Shannon. I think Shannon is smart. I think she's funny, and I would love to sit down with Shannon and have a cup of coffee and laugh about life. As far as Darth, the only place that I would like to see Darth is in a jar of vinegar.
I always think that he's just not going to end well. It'll be not good for him. So.
But I think he knows that, and I think he's like on a self-destructive rampage.
Well, life hasn't gone very well for him
behavior.
No.
up to now.
Well, and the crazy part about that is, at one point he did have something of a good life. He had a wife, and I think he's got 5 kids, doesn't he? 4 or 5?
Something like that.
5.
But like I told you, I think you have to see it in the context. Darth had a very educated father, well-to-do. You know what I'm saying? And in the 60s, men had behaved a certain way, and Darth, not being able to get into college, that must have been thrown in his face by his father constantly.
Oh,
That's
his
why he
father
talks
must have
down
been
to other people.
His father must have been a terror.
Probably. I mean, let's assume that his father was born like in the 1920s or the 1930s. You know what I'm saying? There was another era.
Yeah, very possible.
Apparently, from what I've heard, he was like a prominent dentist, and so Darth was.
He went to Georgetown. That's an A-list school.
Yeah, no doubt.
And Darth couldn't even get into community college.
And then he failed.
I
He failed in business. He failed in his marriage. He's pretty much
Everything Darth touches dies. Everything.
Yeah.
He sucks the
Everything
life.
Darth touches becomes Jesus's fig tree.
No, but he's not a Christian. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. He's not a Christian.
No.
Because none of his words or his deeds reflect that. He's just using it. He's using it as a wheelbarrow, in order for him to get into the limelight. Because that's what it is for him. It's not about God. It's about him being in the limelight.
Hey, Randolph.
Yeah.
Hey, Randolph.
Randolph Richardson.
Hello.
Guess who we're talking about?
I've seen Randolph's, debate with Darth. Darth's behavior was
Atrocious.
terrible.
Atrocious.
Psychotic.
It was.
It was very disappointing.
I mean, that's why I told you the last time. Remember, if I told you, I did tell you a few months ago, Randolph, why do you speak to a guy like that? Because you're a good person. You're a decent man. I don't know you well, but I believe you to be a man of honor.
I
A
appreciate
reasonable
that.
man. No, I mean that. I really and truly mean that. And Darth is a man.
I appreciate it greatly because I think the fact that you recognize things like that says a lot about you as well. It's
Thank you, my
important.
brother.
and I think it's well, it tells me a lot about you. It tells me that this is a priority in your life. So I think that's important, and people should value these kinds of things more. I'm trying to reach out to people more, and with the work that I do with Canadian Atheists, there's the logo right there for Canadian Atheists.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I work in computers, so I can figure out how to do special effects on my screen and whatnot.
And you do it ever so well, sir. You do it ever so well.
Yeah, people often ask, how do I reach you? So I've got all my contact information and the ticker tape there, moving slowly so it's not too distracting. So I find when I reach out to Darth Dawkins, he, and I've spoken with him 5 times. 4 of them are on YouTube. The very first one back in the Google Plus days when I was on Google Hangouts with a bunch of people and he was there, was also, I thought, quite a good conversation. And I'm still trying to find that a video recording of that, because it was on YouTube for a while, and I'd love to see it again, because I've forgotten all the dialogue that's happened there. But there are other people talking with him too, and it was at a time when he was a lot easier to converse with. More recently, he's been, I find, more challenging to converse with, and but I do find that he brings in quite a large audience. So for me, the outreach is quite worthwhile, because also he runs an interrogation. So when I'm up against somebody in a debate who is tough, the practice that I get with him is actually helpful. And I'm hoping to speak with him again, because I have figured out a defeater for his premise.
Excellent.
And I want to run that by him. And
don't publish it yet. Don't say anything about your defeater.
I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm not going to tell.
Oh, I'm looking so forward to that.
And please, I'll subscribe if you have a YouTube channel. I'll subscribe.
I do.
And okay.
It'll roll across on my screen here in a moment, but I'll tell you right now, it's youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. And that's Randolph spelled with an F, not a PH, no matter what autocorrect tells you.
All right, okay. Cool beans, Randolph. Cool beans.
And I try to subscribe back to people who subscribe to me. So
yeah, you're very interesting to listen to. You know, you're a thoughtful man. You know, there's gems like you on the internet. There's a few, you know, that I actually like listening to. You know what I'm saying? Like Tyler. I mean, David, I don't know very well, but I like to listen to Tyler as well. You know.
Well,
then it restores my faith in humanity, because then I know, you know what? There are good people out there.
There's a lot.
You know, there are people that are willing to stand up.
There's a lot of excellent people who've inspired me, and I think it's important for people to look at as many different perspectives as time allows for, of course, and whatnot. But and try to look at the perspectives that disagree as well, because it can help develop a more well-rounded view on things. And you know, think about it on your own, make up your own mind on it. Anybody who tries to tell you how you should think or what you should think I think should be taken as coming with a red flag built into it.
Agreed.
Here comes somebody with a red flag built in.
Hello, Otangelo.
Otangelo, if you enter the chat, we can have a talk, and I guarantee you I won't insult you.
Otangelo's run into some problems recently. People are pretty upset with him for expressing bigotry online.
So am I.
Yeah,
you know, you don't do that to another human being. You just don't do that.
Yeah. But I think it's fair to always give people a chance to correct these things.
Welcome, Otangelo. You're muted.
And Otangelo, I will say that I am disappointed with that happening recently, but I am always willing to give people a chance to make things right. And I hope you will do that.
How would look at the end of the day? Look, make things right. Show, you know, regret or remorse. You know, that's what you expect from a small child. Otangelo is a grown man, and he knew what kind of hurt and pain that would cause the person that he exposed. He can't deny that he didn't know it. So when he says sorry,
what are you guys talking about?
his words are meaningless.
What are you talking about with Artangelo? About Artangelo?
About him publishing certain information about a certain person. Why would you do that?
We didn't do that here.
And then you take it down, and then you act like you're sorry, blah, 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 blah. Artangelo, you know, I'm not even angry with you.
James, he didn't do it here.
I'm disappointed. You know, I thought that you were one of the Christians in Darth's group who actually had morals. But you have turned out to be exactly the same as Darth. The only difference between you, Darth, and G-Man is that you have a soft-spoken voice.
He's gone.
Of course he'd left. Of course he would
James.
leave.
James, it's also possible. It's also possible that wasn't him, because there've been a few people who are putting up his picture, but they never talk, and they join streams from time to time to see if they'll get kicked out.
Okay. If it wasn't him, why did he say sorry, and why did he remove it?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not sure. I think he wasn't expecting to deal with this here. James, you mentioned earlier that there were some things you liked listening to what I was saying. What would you say is the topic that I addressed that you found to be the most important or most interesting?
You see, if I'm honest, like your interaction with Darth, I hear a few words, but because you're constantly muted and over-talked, I never really have experienced you've never had the chance to use your information, you know, into an honest debate with Darth.
Yeah. Well, like I said, he's running an interrogation. And so a person who wants to have any kind of meaningful dialogue with him is going to have to accept that he is going to want to do over 80% of the talking.
Yeah, true.
And so I go in with that attitude because I would like to see how far the conversation can go with him. So, I'm interested in the topics that interest you.
Well, you see, that's the thing. You never really get to the topics. What really impresses me with you is your demeanor.
Okay.
Even though the other person is being unreasonable and yelling at you, you never lose your dignity. You never lose your cool, and that's respect-worthy.
Yeah, it's because I want the conversation to go well, and I want to present atheism as a demographic in the best possible light. It's part of the outreach that I'm doing. But what I mean by outreach is trying to get people to at least think about other options in their lives, particularly religious people, if they can see that there are. And I know many atheists who are really nice. They don't use foul language. They don't insult people. They have reasonable conversations and are not out to attack people with religion. There are atheists who do this, and that's their prerogative. I have no problem with that. But you know, there are also. I think it's important to. For the world to understand that stereotype doesn't apply to all atheists, because there are more atheists, in my experience, who aren't interested in daily debates, who aren't interested in confronting people, who aren't interested in trying to make people feel bad about their life choices and whatnot, and just and there are many atheists who aren't trying to deconvert people. We're just normal people like them. And we'd just like to have more friends in the world, you know. And I think as a whole species that's inhabiting this planet, along with other species, other animals too. Human is a subspecies of animal. That we should be, instead of competing with each other and having wars, we should be trying to help each other and uplift each other, and trying to make sure everybody in society is in a much better place, especially the downtrodden, the people who are disadvantaged, the people who are
preach, poor. My brother, preach.
Everybody moved up gradually, at the very least, and so that more people can contribute to a better future for all of humanity and the whole world. That's what I'd like to see. And I'm very disappointed. I will say I'm very disappointed in the religious institutions for recently all gathering together and trying to, like, what they're trying to do is good, to address climate change and figure out what to do. What I'm disappointed about with that is not a single one of them said anything about encouraging religious people to have fewer children. Because if the whole world is not trying to produce more children at such a pace as we are now, that's going to help us with climate change in the long run as well.
Well, look, you have to look at it like this. They're not worried about climate change. What they want is the preservation of their power.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? And for instance, having children, having 5, 6 children ensures that you'll always be the majority.
Yep.
That's what they're interested in.
Yeah, because children born into religious families very often tend to be religious in their adult lives. And children born into families that are not religious very often tend to not be religious when they're older.
I mean,
so it's common.
What forms you is environment dependent.
Upbringing, environment, influence.
I mean, you look at these Midwestern states, you know, racist, misogynist, fear of brown people, and it's difficult, and I understand that, it's difficult for them to break out of that cycle because everywhere they go, everyone thinks the same way they do.
Yeah.
And you know, that locally inclined mentality, us against the world.
And what's unfortunate about that is that it's true.
Yep. Yeah, that's a sad thing. I mean, until Trump came to power, I had no idea how the religious right, because, you know, you don't see many religious leftists, you know. They're all very conservative, but I was astounded by the amount of influence that they're allowed to wield. You know?
Yeah, it kind of surprised me too. I didn't know the problem was as serious as it turned out to be.
I mean, the fight today is for the fight of American values and the American soul. That's what the fight is about.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
America's at a crossroads. Either, you know, they're going to, I mean, look, either they're going to sit down together, have a dialogue and sort their shit out, or they're going to oppose each other and destroy America together. Those are the two options. There is no third option.
They're very polarized, and I think one of the things, one of the sources of the problem there is there's only two political parties, major political parties to choose from in elections. And
True.
This has influenced society a lot. There's that revolutionary history as well. So politics are kind of in the forefront of the conversation very often. I know people in the U.S. have had experiences where they've been excommunicated by family and friends because they wouldn't vote for the same political party. And the same thing happens with religious affiliation.
Yep.
And it's a shame because here in Canada, we're not used to this. We have five political parties.
They call Canada the Holland of North America. Canada's very tolerant, you know. That's,
we just
and I mean that as a compliment.
We just legalized marijuana recently in recent years. So, yeah, we're more.
Cool beans!
Oh, you didn't know? Oh.
No, I knew that you could smoke it, but I never knew that you guys had dispensaries.
Yeah, we do. Even online dispensaries, too.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, and so you can buy BC Bud here still. It's not going away. I hear that one's quite popular in Holland.
Canadian weed is outside of Holland. Canada's probably got the best weed. America's catching up. I'll give them that. American weed isn't that that bad. It's very good, in fact.
But what I hear is BC Bud, the marijuana from British Columbia.
That was one of the first pioneers. You know, that was we call that a white sort. You know, a white weed. But that was one of the first ones. Yeah.
It used to be illegal here, so people would not grow it outdoors. So there was a joke. Why is BC Bud the best marijuana in the world? Because it's all grown indoors.
True. But you know, like when I was growing up, and here in Holland, when I was growing up, and if you had like a room, you know, where you were growing weed, they would just break the plants and that would be the end of the story. But now, whether you own your house or you rent your house, if they catch you growing weed in your home, you are going to lose your home. So not many people do that anymore.
Oh, that's serious.
Well, you see, the problem is, like, we don't have the space that you guys have in North America. You know, there's only one country that has a more dense population than Holland, and that's Hong Kong. Holland is a country of 18 million people, but at its, you know, the widest point in a straight line is only 120 kilometers. To go from the east of Holland to the west of Holland, less than 2 hours. To go from the very top by the North Sea all the way to the south near the German and the Belgian borders is probably a 3-4 hour car drive.
Oh, your speed limits are slow then, because we'd put a highway there and it would be 100 kilometers an hour. You'd be there in 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, but don't forget, we very congested. We congested.
Mm.
So, you know, and when you like grow weed, you know, the people mess with the electricity.
Yeah.
And not everybody who messes with it knows what they're doing. So what they do when it's called intervention team. So when they suspect somebody's growing weed, they come with the intervention team. The council is involved, the taxman is involved, the cops are involved, and most importantly, the fire department. And the fire departments are the ones that can order somebody out of their home.
For safety reasons, yeah.
Yes, yes.
So what happened, that was going on here for a while, and then people, some were starting to just move into an industrial building and just grow all the weed inside an industrial building. And then there was no more electricity problem because industrial facilities would often utilize huge amounts of power, and then it didn't like anything in hydro. That's how they got around it.
Like here, what they used to do here, and they still do it, is they bury containers underground.
Okay.
And they also bury a generator underground. So when you're walking above it, you won't smell anything and you won't hear anything. Yeah, they find ways. I mean, people, you know, they're resourceful when it comes to money.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, there's a lot of smart people involved in this trade. Yeah, you need smart people to be successful. And
well, you know, like in the 1970s when I first came here, like all the coffee shops that we have here, they were run by hippies. So if you went in there, they would offer you a sample of everything to smoke. You'd have a free cup of tea, a free cup of coffee. And then like in the 1980s, all the scumbags started getting involved in that business because of the amounts of money that they saw that were being made. So what they were, I mean, like, how can I put it? Like we have a lot of Moroccan and a lot of Turkish-owned coffee shops, but the most of them, they don't smoke. So when they buy something, you know, to sell to their customers, they don't look at the quality, they look at the price. And that's why I like going to Dutch shops, because the owners of Dutch shops, everything they sell, they smoke themselves.
So they make sure it's good quality.
Well, they understand how business is done because, you know, these other guys, they sell you shit. You'll never go back there again. But a Dutch person understands, I can't make a profit of you, but what I can do is help you to contribute to my, you know, my business.
Okay.
You know, you can help increase my turnover. So ergo, it's in my best interest that you keep coming back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's standard business.
I mean, it's standard, but not many people understand that.
Yeah, yeah. I run some business.
For instance, if I go into like a Dutch shop and I ask them, what have you got? So they'll put all samples in front of me so I can choose. And when I go into the other shops, I ask them, what have you got? And they reply with, what do you want? And you know what that tells me? They're taking the weed out of the same container and selling it under different names. The shit people do.
Interesting. Oh, okay.
The shit people do. The shit people do.
Hey, Tyler, were you trying to ask something earlier? I think I saw you a few minutes ago blinking because you're trying to say something. Want to make sure we don't miss you.
No, I don't remember anymore. But, you know, concerning like, well, I think you were talking about the United States and the politics and, you know, the Seitan Bruggencate when he was a thing.
Oh, yeah.
He admitted that, like, you know, what is it that, you know, what is the end goal? And it's a theocracy. And you can't, you know, don't be fooled, you know, when they're by anything they say. That is the end goal of a lot of these religious groups is to
they want Mosaic law.
theocracy back.
They want Mosaic laws, stoning homosexuals.
Yeah.
They want to take mankind back 2,000 years into the Dark Ages.
Yeah.
They don't want nothing from the modern world, but they like to drive big cars, have air-conditioned home. They pick and choose, the hypocrites.
Yeah.
Or private jet.
Right. And
or 3.
It's something, it's not something that I think we can just ignore.
Well, also, if you look at the American political system and you have the Democrats and you have the Republicans, they're just different wings of the same bird, namely a greedy, corrupt buzzard. The Democrats always say, we want to do this, we want to do that, but they always find excuses for not doing it. And the Republicans, they just come out straight, no, we're not doing that. Let me put it another way. The Democrats want change by having things say the same, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. But I don't remember it being this crazy when I was younger. I mean, with the Republican Party, the way
I think all the crazies came out of the woodwork when a black man became the president.
And then when
before that, they were very subtle. They always used to watch their words and what they said in public. And then when Obama became president, that's when all the ugliness came out.
Oh, and then when the next time when a woman was running, I heard and read comments from pro-Republican people that were even more bigoted and talking about, stuff like they say it's bad enough that a black man was president and now they're going to have a woman. No. I think they're a little jealous of the new things, the new points in history that the Democrat Party is gaining for, and they didn't want to have them to have 2 in a row. It's that petty, yeah. That's how I felt from some of the comments that I read.
Well, as far as Trump getting elected, I blame Hillary Clinton for that because, there were backroom deals done. And everyone knew that Hillary Clinton was not liked. That woman, she's been the first lady. She was a senator of New York. She was a secretary of state. When is enough enough?
Well, the thing is, though, if Trump, in his bragging about the sexual criminal acts that he committed, and he starts talking like this, and say he was running in the 1950s, no political party would have him. The standards have changed over time, is my point. And people, I suspect the Republican Party felt kind of desperate and decided they're going to let this guy go in without all the vetting being properly done, or they did it and they ignored the results and or decided not to act on them, and because they just wanted to get elected no matter what. And they got elected, and wow, they got a lot of judges and status. I was at halfway through his term. I remember some media report about how he's got over 300 judges, close to 400, appointed throughout the country. And then, of course, you see Brett Kavanaugh, who has some really history as well. On and on it goes. Like, the choices just, there's a lot of people.
You know what it is? I think, Trump got into power essentially to get rid of Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, they needed.
He was the president, but he had Mitch McConnell's brain. So Mitch McConnell knows how the system works. He knows how to get judges lined up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they thought, okay, let's get him elected. He can deliver what we want, but then we can control him. You can't like I said before, Trump is like Darth Dawkins. They're loose cannons. You can't control them.
Except I think Darth Dawkins is better at holding a conversation topic. It doesn't. Yeah,
because Trump has more money than Darth ever had. You know what I'm saying? Trump doesn't
a lot more debt. A lot more.
Well, I mean, his empire is gonna. I mean, in New York, he's facing money laundering charges, right?
Oh, really?
Under the RICO statute, yeah. That's
so
that's like that's the statute that they use to bring down the mafia.
Yeah.
That's for organized crime, ill-gotten gains. And Trump's been investigated for more than 40 years of money laundering. And the beautiful thing about money laundering because it's a state crime. There's no, like murder, there's no time statute, right? And it cannot be pardoned.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Well,
why Trump is so worried. That's why he tried to steal the election.
I remember he was wondering if a president can pardon himself, which I thought was a strange question to ask out of the blue.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, but, you know,
preemptive
he's a
pardons
stupid
as well.
man, but he's not dumb. You know, if he sees something that is, you know what, Trump and Darth, what they have in common, they know how to read a room. So even though he doesn't know what he's going to say, but when he looks at the crowd, he works out a script that he knows will appeal to their very, very basic instincts.
okay.
I mean, that's just my opinion. I'm not as smart as you, but I'm just looking at what I observed.
Oh, I don't claim to be smart. I'm trying to figure stuff out.
If you weren't smart, I wouldn't call you smart.
I
Believe you
appreciate
me,
it. There's a lot of
If you
stuff.
want sweet things, I always say to people, if you want sweet things, then you need to walk your ass over to the bakery and buy yourself a cake. You know, when you ask me something, I give you my straight opinion.
I tell you though, I've got lots of stuff I'm trying to figure out in life still too. So I've got a long way to go, but I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
No, I mean, I respect you. That's the biggest compliment I can give you.
Oh, yeah, that means a lot to me. It does.
Yeah, it does. And, you know, Eve's back in the chat, I think. You know, Eve, your story wasn't making sense to me, but you know what? You live your life and you do what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just happy that you figured out that Darth is a very, very bad man. You know?
Hello, Raz.
Oh, hello. Yes, I know you from T-Jump server.
That's where I've seen your name before. Okay, I waved at you when you came in, but I see you don't have your live stream going, so you can't wave back.
And the rest, are you in T-Jump server as well? Everyone in here?
You're talking on Discord, his Discord guild, right?
Yes, the people in here.
I'm in it, and I'm not in Discord every day, though. I find it takes a lot of time, so I just go in from time to time. But I do run a Discord as well for Canadian atheists.
I've never been in it. T-Jumps.
T-Jump is he's a smart man.
Yeah.
I'll give him that. But, you know, sometimes, you know, he's very, very intelligent. No one can dispute that. But sometimes he does not see the glaring obvious. You know what I'm saying? It's like he's got a blind spot.
All right.
Yeah. Because we were talking about, you know, Black Lives Matter, and he thought it wasn't a good idea. So I asked him, you know, what do you think is the option, you know, to change, you know, what's happening, you know, vis-a-vis police brutality and blah, blah, blah. And he went, yeah, education, talking to them. They've been talking for the last 40, 50 years. Nothing has come from that. You know what I'm saying? And if you really want to solve the problem of police brutality, end qualified immunity immediately, right? And when cops do something, don't give them the chance to resign. Fire them. Because when you let them resign, they go to another police force and do the same old shit. Look at Derek Chauvin. He had 19 prior complaints with excessive force against him.
Oh,
Here in
thank
Holland,
you.
I was a policeman. Three strikes, you're out. That man had, when I tried to become a cop, it took me 4 years. In America, 6 months. So therein lies the problem. You know, getting people to enforce laws when they don't understand the law. They don't know the difference between, for instance, reasonable articulable suspicion or probable cause. They don't even know that.
Yeah.
You know, and then there's other problem of obese law enforcement, because like here in Holland, you have to do a Cooper test every year according to your age. You have to be fit to walk on the street. And in America, you see these fat, obese cops. How are they supposed to run after criminals? So it's not really surprising that they draw their weapons. Their weapons is their first go-to option. I was taught your mouth is your weapon. Your firearm is your deterrent. Your job is to de-escalate.
Yeah, we emphasize de-escalation here, and there's also
It works. It
and
works.
there's
That's
also
the best approach.
in not all cases, but a lot of cases it does. And here in Canada, we also have mental health, kind of mental illness awareness kind of training going on. It was added somewhat recently here to police training, and existing officers had to add that training in. So I think this is good, because a lot of the time, I think as you've done police work, you probably very well know that sometimes the people you're dealing with, they're suffering from mental illness, and that's why they're not acting in a way that you're.
If I'm honest with you, out of every 10 people, 8 people were not well.
Oh, wow.
It's a big problem. It's a big problem here as well.
Yeah.
Because, if some people look normal, but they're not normal.
Yeah.
And it's very hard to distinguish, because they have impeccable personal hygiene, they wear good clothes, and you don't know who they are until they start talking.
Yeah. Yeah. How long did you do police work for?
4 years.
Okay.
I left. I didn't like it, because, just like all police forces work, you see everything, you hear everything, but say nothing. So when I say that, I'm talking about the abuse of the arrestees.
Oh, the internal systemic problem.
Yes, that thin blue line, it's there.
Okay.
And it's also a very right-wing macho culture, and I'm a left-wing, I'm progressive. So I didn't like that. And when I joined, I was a bit naive. I thought I was going to make a difference.
Okay.
That's why I joined it, because being a person of color in a European country, I thought, let me be the example of moving forwards. But then you move against a juggernaut, and you learn very, very quickly, because cops don't protect or serve. They're government income generators. That's what they do. They generate money for the government for victimless crimes. That's all they do. They don't protect or serve anyone.
That's unfortunate. That needs to be changed.
Well, looking at the current political climate, I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Yeah.
Because the whole world is becoming more and more right-wing.
Here in Canada, we recently got rid of a right-wing party, and things are actually getting better. But there's a lot of right-wingers who are trying to rise up and change that. And they try.
I'll be very honest with you. Until the election of Stephen Harper, I never knew that there were right-wingers in Canada.
Yeah, Stephen Harper was gradually trying to turn. He's with a party that has a name that's an oxymoron: Progressive Conservatives. And
that's definitely an oxymoron.
Yeah, and he was trying to. He and his party. It's mostly the party's will, of course, but he was trying to. They were trying to lay a foundation to convert Canada to a Christian theocracy. And now we've got a Liberal Party in that's undoing all of that, has undone most of that. There's still some issues, but for the most part,
I remember when Harper banned what's his name, George Galloway, from entering Canada. I was wondering, dude.
That was weird, because I thought George Galloway was on the right wing kind of favoring.
No, he's progressive. I like a lot of what he says, but he snuggles up too close to the Iranians and too close to the Russians. But
what did you think of George Galloway's interaction with Christopher Hitchens?
I have not seen that, to be honest, so I don't know. Christopher Hitchens, I don't agree with him, but he was very, very smart. I'll give him that.
Yeah, Galloway was smart. I think that'd be an interesting one for you to take a look at.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Because they represent different parts of Great Britain,
Yeah, Christopher Hitchens beat his pants off, by the way, but of course.
It wouldn't surprise me, but the funny thing is, in his younger days, Christopher Hitchens was more liberal and left-leaning. Don't they say that when you're young and you're not left-leaning, then you lack empathy, and if you get older and you're still left-leaning, that means that you're naive.
This is why people keep calling me naive. Okay.
That's what someone told me because I'm left wing. I believe. I mean, no child chooses to have poor parents or to be born sickly. You know what I'm saying? We
Yeah.
are our brother's keeper.
Yeah.
I have. It's in my interest to help you pay for your children so that your children don't come and steal shit from me.
Yeah.
So I gain by helping you, and I'm not really giving you aid. I'm helping you to help yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, that's important. People, and we need the support systems for people who really are stuck too.
That's it. That's it. We're all human beings, and nobody likes to cry. Nobody likes to feel pain or anguish.
Well, some people do. The masochists are real.
They are, but but they're small.
I can only go as far as saying I mostly agree with that last statement.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, why can't we be nicer to each other? And that's why I don't like Darth Dawkins, because he represents hate, he spews hate, and that's his intention.
So he wears the Darth title well.
Yes, the Dawkins, less so.
Oh, yeah.
But the Darth, yes.
Yeah, the Dawkins part is just to try to upset atheists because he thinks Darth Dawkins is the Pope of atheism or something.
Yeah.
Which there's no Pope in atheism. That's a bunch of nonsense. But
he seems also to think that the atheist is a monolithic entity. Look, me being an atheist is my view on one particular subject. It doesn't define who I am. You know what I'm saying? And they fail to get that.
He seems to think it's a worldview.
What does that even mean? What does a worldview mean?
I don't know, but he goes into this thing. I believe when he gets into an argument with somebody, and he knows that they're going to put him on the ropes, like addressing something scientific, and then what is your worldview and this and that. It's to try to get to the point where he can say, well, you can't comment on this
because you don't have morals. You don't have.
Well, no, it's not. You don't have a fundamental absolute
foundation.
Yeah, to speak from. So that's kind of his. He has these little get out of jail free card moves that he uses.
Yeah.
When he can see the writing on the wall.
He does.
I know where this conversation is going. So he has these. He's really good at it too.
Yeah.
So then he'll just get you to into some kind of word game, and then
he gets you on definitions, not on content, but on definitions.
Yeah. So what he wants to do is get it to where he has an excuse to mute you, call you a scumbag, so that way he doesn't have to deal with the argument.
No.
Scumbag troll. I think that's the term he likes to use.
Yeah.
Look, what he does is he asks you a question in a certain way, right? And if you don't answer that in the way that he wants to, he'll keep asking the same questions in different ways. So what happens is his interlocutor gets frustrated. So they agree to things that they're not actually listening to. And then, oh, you told a lie. You said that and that and that. You know what I'm saying? So he diverts the discussion from the content and he makes it personal. That's how he gets away with it.
See, I find that entertaining. It makes me laugh because I see it right away when he does that in our conversation.
Yeah, but you see that because you're smart, you're educated. You see that. For the uninitiated, they're under a lot of pressure, and all they want is, to breathe.
Yeah. I'll let him talk.
And he's not a good man. He's not an honest interlocutor. He doesn't know anything. I think he knows something about the Bible, and I think he's probably read the Bible, but I doubt he understands the Bible.
Well, for me, it doesn't really matter. But what matters is the conversation that we're trying to have, and because I think that's always worth it. But it is. He's not an easy one to converse with. That's for sure.
He doesn't want to converse. He doesn't want a dialectic or an exchange of ideas.
Yep.
All he wants to is to question you on his prepared script. Because if you look at Darth Dawkins I've been debating for 10 years, blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then when you look at him and you examine his tactics, they're still the same. He hasn't managed to learn anything new. And if you notice, each person that he meets, he asks the same questions verbatim.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So that tells me that he's incapable of learning. He's reached his epistemic limit.
Well, his excuse on that, to be fair, his response to that, to be fair, is that nobody's actually been able to answer all his questions.
I can think of one, Jack Anstrike.
Yeah.
Well,
Jefferson Spatchcock did a good job with him, too. Sorry, go ahead, Tyler.
Sorry, Tyler.
Well, I was just going to say that, it's gotten to the point where, Angstrike and some of these other guys, they've kind of pinned him down into a corner. And so have you noticed that if you try, it might be a very good question, but if you try to ask him that question and he knows he can't answer it, he'll say, "Oh, you've been hanging out with the Angstrike crowd," or
I don't answer questions that emanate from what does he call them again? The Power Rangers. I mean, he's focusing on the person instead of the question.
Yeah, which is
and that's because you're right, Tyler. He can't answer the question.
Right. Well, he knows it, so he's using that as an excuse. But what the hell is that? Where you can't ask me a question because a guy I don't like asked me that question. It's not that the question's not valid. It's just that I don't like him.
It exudes insecurity. He's insecure in himself because he knows wherever he goes, and he's in these rooms, there's always people like Tom Rabbit recording it.
Right.
And then he says, no, but Tom is only recording. No, Tom is, he says, yeah, but you're making me look bad. No, you are making yourself look bad.
Yeah.
Are those your words, Darth? Is that your voice? That's you. And one thing I do know about Tom doesn't edit anything. So his reason for not liking Tom is it's made up. Tom doesn't edit and paste and copy and paste. No, he records the whole interchange, and the only thing he adds is his commentary. That's it.
Or, he has his 5 minutes later, that type of stuff. But
he's not making Darth look bad. Darth is making Darth look bad.
Mm-hmm. Well, especially somebody caught the conversation after the conversation I had with him on Canadian Catholics channel. They were talking with Graham Oppie before, and then I managed to ask Graham Oppie a question. It was nice to get to interact with him. He's an interesting philosopher. I don't agree with everything. I don't agree with everything he says, but I understand that he's doing it in the context of philosophy of religion, and he needs to appeal to them. So the way he defines atheism, I disagree with. But a lot of the other things he says, I find to be quite interesting. But then later, I was talking with Darth Dawkins there, and then I said to Canadian Catholic, "Look, if I'm going to have this conversation with him, then it needs to be recorded." And so he got everyone's permission, and they recorded it. And then after our conversation was over, and this is the one where he was telling me there's no difference between an implicit and explicit. And a lot of people find that kind of funny because obviously they're different. And then somebody recorded him in his own Discord talking about the interaction he had with me. He called me retarded. He compared me with Lawrence Krauss and Graham Oppie, and then he said, "I'm the icing."
I would love to be compared with such.
I am not complaining about this part. I'm just thinking, saying I'm the icing on the cake is going way too far. It's like those guys are just, they're like, Lawrence Krauss has all this knowledge in cosmology and astrophysics and all this kind of stuff like that. This is high-end stuff that requires a lot of education. And then Graham Oppie, of course, having his whole education in philosophy there. These are very smart people, and I never think to compare to them, right? They're people to aspire to, along with a lot of others.
Towers among men.
But Darth Dawkins saying I'm the icing on the cake there. I've saved that recording in case it disappears, because it's just it's funny. I listen to it in my truck once in a while to the whole debate, interaction I've had with him. I have a lot of things on the memory when I have in my truck, and when I'm on the road quite a bit, and I listen to different things different times, because I like to listen back to other people's interactions as well as the ones I've been involved in, so that I can try to improve as I go forward with other things.
I think the only person that I've seen actually debate and dominate Darth, and then doing it while being reasonable, is Alex Malpass.
I heard Malpass did very well with him. Yeah.
Very, very well. Very, very well.
Dr. Malpass. He's got a PhD, right?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, Dr. Malpass.
But he knows, you know what it is with, how can I put it? When you get guys like Lawrence Krauss and Graham Oppie, right? Because they're of a certain intellectual level,
and they're famous.
They use but they use a certain dialectic. But that's not appealing to the less educated. Okay. Whereas Alex Malpass, when he talks, he can make things understandable.
He's got a talent for presenting well to a mass audience.
Yes, but he does it in a way that it can be understood. And even though Darth denies what he's saying, everybody in the room can see. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't heard this one yet, but it's on my list of things to listen to, because I do want to hear how Alex, Dr. Malpass.
He's worth listening to. I'll give him that. He's definitely worth listening to.
Yeah.
He has a great conversation, or two of them, with Matt Slick.
Matt Slick is another one. Yeah, Matt Slick is another well-known one. He's kind of well known like Seitan Bergenkate.
Yeah, but he broke it down to it, and actually, it was the first time I've ever seen Matt Slick have a little respect for somebody. But he broke it down to him why his tag argument was not working.
Yeah,
and he did it in a respectful way. But, when you boil your argument down to a dichotomy, it just becomes trivial in a philosophical sense,
Minutia.
And I rejected Darth's notion of it being a dichotomy, because he's saying either all facts are dependent on God or none are. And I said to him, well, how did you rule out the possibility of some facts being dependent on God and some not? And he's refusing to go there, instead of explaining why that would be the case. So he ran into a problem there.
Yeah, but the thing is, his faith, what he has is faith, right? And I have no problem with that. You can believe certain shit. But what he's doing when he's talking to interlocutors, he demands that they adapt or use his definition of the word of God. I mean, that's your definition. That's what the Stanford is the end all answer all. What's up with that?
But that dichotomy the dichotomy you're talking about it's not a valid dichotomy, because he says God is the precondition for all facts, or
says
God
who?
is not. Well, that's dichotomy, or God is not. God is not the precondition for all facts. It's like it's not a valid dichotomy, because you're putting God on both sides, and you're saying
my drink. I have a drink in this can. This can, I think it's rough. Imagine it's approximately halfway done here, and the fact is, it's approximately halfway done, because I've been drinking it. Now, that's not dependent on a God.
No, that's dependent on you.
It's dependent on just how reality works.
But it would be like asking, a dichotomy like
it's dependent on the can. Yeah, sorry, and gravity. Yeah.
If I gave you a dichotomy, Bigfoot eats wild berries, or Bigfoot does not eat wild berries, how do you answer that question? I mean, it's like, what does Bigfoot do?
Yeah, but you see, that's
you
dichotomous
see what I
because you're
mean?
not because you're not see the
A
difference.
valid point.
You're
A
not
valid
saying,
point, Tyler. Good point.
but you're not saying that Bigfoot eats all berries because that's kind of what Darth's saying. All facts.
Yeah.
He's not saying some facts. He's saying
Yeah, well, he makes assertions, but he can never demonstrate it.
Yeah, but it's not even valid on that point, is because he's already defined God as the precondition for all facts. So saying God is the precondition for all facts, or he's not, is the same as saying the precondition for all facts is the precondition for all facts, or the precondition for all facts is not the precondition for all facts.
Do you happen to know where he might have got that idea from, precondition for all facts?
Isn't that like a Van Til? That's the Van Til.
He's got his heroes Van Til, and living, being Dutch and living in Holland. I'm not happy with that because Van Til, you guys call Ten Bruggenkate. It's a Dutch name, and you pronounce it Ten Bruggenkate. Snap je? So Holland has given America our very worst, and to my prairie dwellers, I apologize.
Well, that's how Ten pronounces it. So that's what we're following.
It's a Dutch name. You pronounce it Ten Bruggenkate.
I'm going to practice that one.
But it's not a valid dichotomy, because then all it does is boil down to, it's like A is A or A is not A, or in other words, A or the negation of A, which just brings it down to
he uses a lot of words to say nothing, and when he makes a statement, he always adds, "Do you agree to that? Do you accept that?" And then he's thinking to yourself, "Wow."
And what he's presenting are
defining God. Another word he uses, another strategy he uses, defining God as how we in the Western world define God. Who the fuck is the Western world? Who's that? He adopts things and he uses it, or he misforms it to be his own. He adopts it, right? But he can't explain it. If that makes any sense to you. He he's like a parrot. He repeats words he doesn't comprehend.
Oh yeah. And then he
How many times does it happen when they say, the A-list philosophers? Most of the time they have no idea what he's talking about or his questions.
No one does.
Because they're gibberish, incoherent.
He uses his own definitions.
Diversity, and unity among diversity. What the fuck is that?
I've never heard him say that. That's interesting.
I've heard him say that a few times.
Yeah, all that comes from Van Til.
That's what I'm saying.
Bonson
he
and
reads.
so forth.
How do you spell Van Til?
V-A-N.
Oh, Van.
T-I-L. Van Til. T-I-L.
Okay, thank you. Huh. And he's a theologian?
He's
the Cornelius Van Til?
Yeah. Well, he was a theist. Let me put it that. That's what I know about him. He was
he's a Calvinist philosopher and theologian.
Probably.
He's like the father of the presupposition argument.
Interesting.
So it all
be someone to look into a little bit and get familiar with then.
If you start looking into these guys, then you'll be able to see where Darth gets his stick from.
Yeah, that's why I asked. So this has been very. Thank you, Tyler. This is quite for pointing this out.
I did tell you that Tyler was smart. To be fair, I did say that.
Well, I agree.
I wish I was.
No, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah, we should all be encouraging each other. This is good. Okay.
I mean, look, we're having a discussion. Nobody's over talking. Nobody's shouting. We're all being reasonable. This is the way it should be.
Oh, he's a contemporary philosopher. Just he he passed away in 1987.
Yeah,
I mean, you can see him on YouTube, I think.
Yeah, that's who he uses, because what Darth does, he likes to prey on the ill-informed and the woefully unprepared.
Yeah,
he'll never pick on someone his own side his own size. I mean, even the A-list, the ones that he picks on are very reserved, soft-spoken, like Randall, reasonable. He'll never go against somebody who's got a big mouth like him, but knows more like him. And the reason I say this is because he avoids Jack Angstrike like COVID.
I have to admit, I was unprepared most of the times I talked with him.
But he's never unprepared. So one thing I have to tell you, when you go into a debate with him or against him, he does his research.
Oh yeah, I get that.
He probably knows more about what you've said in the past than you remember.
Yeah. Except I listen back to some of the.
He also takes notes on people, even though, for instance,
I listen back to some of the stuff I've been in, so I may be a different case for him.
No, but look, when you're talking to someone, right? Even though he's not taking part in the dialectic, he's writing down what you say, and everything that you say will be used against you.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
And that's why it's important to be clear.
It's important to be clear, and it's also important to realize that he's working from a script, and don't let him play his game.
I never assume he's working from a script, actually, but a lot of people do.
He's working from his questions are carefully thought out, and they're asked in a way that you can only give a very specific answer, and only one answer. And when he's doing that, he's leading you down a path. And you might not know it, but later down on the path, he's prepared an ambush for you. That's his MO. He's a psychopath. He's a shitbag, a scumbag.
Yeah, the way the precept argument works, and Darth has said this himself, is that you hold in your mind at all times that God is the fundamental absolute.
The precondition.
And the precondition and so forth, that you never, in other words, that's why when some people try to, change the subject, whatever, and he'll keep asking the same question over and over and over again.
He does that quite a bit.
I think the only person that actually did well against him when he tried to do that was Tom Rabbit.
Yeah.
Tom Rabbit cleaned his clock.
So I think you should hold in your mind at all times that everything he's saying is bullshit. Because some people get into a condition where they're afraid to answer certain questions because they don't want to give some type of advantage or something. It's like, just answer the question. You could, because it's, in the end, it's bullshit what he's talking about.
It is.
Just handle it.
I'm going to have to go pretty soon here, but I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you, too.
Especially for this name, Cornelius Van Til. You both are familiar with him, and it sounds like, and it looks like something I'm going to have to look into at some point. I am going to be debating with a Muslim, probably early November, it looks like, on Modern Day Debate, and I'll be announcing that when that comes along.
Okay. Watch that.
It'll be the first time I've debated publicly with a Muslim. I'm looking forward to that because it's a much different approach they use, and they kind of mix in a lot more sciencey stuff than the Christians do. At least they do it in a way that kind of ties in a lot more effectively to their arguments. So
yeah, well, don't forget, when the Christians were still living in caves, the Muslims had figured out what algebra was, astrology. So, in the beginning, a lot of the sciences that we have Islam.
Sorry, but they didn't figure that stuff out. They learned that from others, but they're taking credit for it all the time.
They made it work.
Yeah.
They used it to the world.
They learned it, but they didn't create it.
I mean, look at our numerals. Our numerals are Arabic.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it was once a leading light, of information, education, philosophy, and like Christianity, what's happening to Christianity now, they went back into the Dark Ages.
Yeah, one of the sheiks said that mathematics was from Satan, and that was after that the whole culture, the whole civilization went downhill because they started to shun scientific progress in mathematics. That's all it takes.
Alchemy,
That's all it
algebra.
took. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all it takes is one
Yeah.
person with some bad
Yeah.
ideas. There you go.
But look, it's like this. It's just like language. Language is time dependent and location dependent. You know what I'm saying? And Islam and religion in general are misused or abused, if you will, to suit local culture. For instance, female genital mutilation. There's nothing in the Quran that says that or encourages that, but people use their ignorant beliefs and they work it into Islam. And most of the people in the Islamic world, and I'm talking about in the poor Arab countries, some African countries like, they're illiterate. So anything that comes out of the mullah's mouth, they take it at face value. They accept that to be true. I mean, Afghanistan, what's the literary state of Afghanistan? If it's more than 20%, I'd be surprised.
Yeah. You're reading about Ayan Hirsi Ali's forced clitorectomy, I guess you might call it.
I know a lot about that woman. You see, that woman got in. I know.
Yeah, she used to live. She was on in Parliament or something.
She was, and I think she even got a cabinet position. But then it was found out later that that was not a real name, and she didn't enter Holland from Somalia, but she entered Holland through a refugee camp in Kenya. And her father was a very, very wealthy man in Somalia. So when this all got exposed and they were threatening to take her passport away, she got a job in America with American enterprises and she fled Holland. She ran away from Holland because there were criminal investigations into her. So don't believe for a second that it's a good person. No, the way, as an ex-believer in Islam, the way she talks about Islam, that's not okay because she has family that are Muslim. You know what I'm saying? She's a horrible, horrible human being.
Well, I don't know her, but
I know her because she was in Parliament and in the government here. That's how I know of her. And I know when I think she got elected. She got elected when that Dutch politician Pim Fortuyn got murdered. He got stabbed because he had anti-Islamic views, and then Holland went kind of, I don't know, fascist mode.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go, but I see Beats of the Heart Lyrics of the Soul just joined us. Did you have anything you wanted to ask me before I headed off?
He's got himself muted.
Muted.
Unmute yourself, dude.
Hello.
Oh, Hello. That's better, yeah. Beats?
Welcome.
You muted.
Well, it sounds like there's no questions there, so I'm going to head off. It was very nice chatting with you, James, and Tyler.
Likewise.
Thanks for joining, Randolph.
Yeah, thank you, Sydney. It's good to chat with you again. We've talked before. I look forward to the next time.
Indeed. Take care.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye-bye.
I'm reading in the side chat that somebody says 43% literacy in Afghanistan. I don't believe that because Afghanistan is a rural community. And, there's towns, yes, Herat, Kabul, but most of the people live in the mountains, So that 43%, I doubt that, Simon Person. I doubt that.
Hello, everyone.
What's up, Beats?
That's better, Beats. We can hear you now. That's great.
Okay. Yeah, I got a different microphone and everything now, and TV's off and the fan's off in the room, which I realized would be causing a problem too. So, how's everybody doing tonight?
Sweet as cake, and your good self?
Yes, definitely.
Nice, awesome. So, what's up, brother?
Oh, nothing much. I just thought this is actually the first Google Meet that I've actually been on. I've been watching a lot of debates and stuff, and the Google Hangouts on YouTube.
Hmm.
You know, I've been watching a lot of Sydney's actual videos too, and I seen the link pop up tonight, so I just thought I'd pop in and see if I could get it to work. And
Awesome, you're here. And what do you think about what you've seen so far?
oh, with everything, Darth Dawkins, and it's it is what it is.
It is
I've
what it
watched
is,
a
but
lot.
it doesn't have to be that way. That's my point.
Well, no, definitely. Like I've watched a lot of his stuff, and you know, a lot of the Ken Hovind crap, and I've been watching a lot of that stuff lately, and it's really awkward how they ignore all the knowledge that humanity has built up.
Yeah. They're brainwashed.
Well, yeah, it's almost like they treat it like some conspiracy that everybody's out to get them, when it's not like that in the world. It's
Well, they see us as the enemy.
yes, well, definitely. It's if you're against God, then you're against them.
Yep. And you know, how can I put it? I've never seen a form of Christianity like that. You know, I always assumed that Christianity was loving, inclusive. You know what I'm saying? And with them, I'm seeing a type of religion, you know, that it's just based on hatred. There's no empathy. There's no loving. There's no understanding. There's no welcoming. There's just pointing fingers, condemning, ridiculing. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
And I'm not
definitely.
sure that's the right way, you know, to go about things. If you're
You have
interested
to
in,
wonder, you have to wonder if these people are like this in their regular lives, or is this just their internet actor persona, you know?
yeah,
Like they just take it so far to the point where they can't learn.
they won't
And
learn.
and they're humans, and they have brains, and it's just as easy for them to learn as anybody else.
Yeah, I agree with that, but you know, there comes a time, you know, where you have to stand up. We as human beings, decent human beings. I'm not saying I'm a decent human being, but that's basically what I would like to become. There comes a time where we have to stand up for dignity and decency. I mean, had more people stood up in the Second World War in the 1930s in Germany, you know, horrible things could have been avoided.
Oh yeah,
We can't
definitely.
let this. You can't let this. Letting this go on and mutate. You know, that's not an option, because whichever way you look at it, they are a threat to our way of life. And the reason why I say this is because they want to impose their ignorant value system forcibly upon us. And I'm sorry, I'm not having that.
Yes, no.
I'll fight fire with fire. I'll fight fire with fire. That's it.
To tell anybody how to think is not right.
I don't think it's a persona though, because look at Kent Hovind. He's got the threat of going back to jail for
Because he's a
abusing his
grifter.
last. Well,
He's a
it's
grifter.
for domestic abuse.
That's what I'm saying. They're all grifters. They are not who they claim to be.
He threw his his fourth wife down, and she had injuries, and
Yeah, I watched a video on Pologia's channel just recently with the Atheist Junior guy that went over all that. I don't know if you guys all caught that or not.
What's that?
There was a video on Pologia's channel.
Yeah, I saw it.
They went over like the last 2 months of Kent Hovind's life, like everything that happened, like on a weekly basis, day-to-day basis kind of thing. And yeah, they had like all their sources backed up and the documents and everything.
He's another classic narcissist. Seems like they're drawn to this.
That's it, because you know what? It's not that they want to become Christians. No, They do this because they want to stand at the center of power, and that's in the pulpit.
Mm-hmm.
They don't go there so they can, learn. They go there to influence their version of Christianity. You know what I'm saying? And their version of Christianity is an anathema to Christian values. You don't tell a woman, even though you might not like her, you don't tell a woman, go back to using heroin. You don't tell a woman, you don't call a woman a slut or a bitch.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I don't do that.
Now, James, when you've been mentioning how Darth Dawkins talked to this woman. I know there was a video of like a 3-minute clip that I seen of him making a woman cry. Is that the video we're talking about?
That's it. And you can see you can listen to the recording, and you can listen to that on Tom Rabbit's channel.
Okay,
it's the latest video is put up.
I haven't actually clicked on the video, but I have seen the video pop up on my feed a couple of times. But I will actually.
All I can tell you is, listening to that woman in so much anguish and pain for what he did to her, I won't lie to you, that broke my heart.
Yeah,
I do not like to see anybody suffering. I do not like to see anybody, in anguish. What he did to her was unforgivable.
Yeah, well, definitely, and a lot of people don't realize stuff that goes on the internet. It affects people once they get off the internet. So
she wasn't prepared for his rhetoric.
Wow, a lot of people, less they know him.
From what I gather, it was a woman who had her own personal issues and was trying to find God, and in her way, she knew, or she claimed to have found God, but she had a bit of problems with some texts in the Bible. Mm-hmm. Instead of discussing that, Darth said, you're not a Christian, blah, blah, blah. The usual stick.
When did you know you were going to hell?
Yeah, exactly. A stupid question like that.
You would think he would want to try to help somebody like that back to...
You'd want to stimulate them, help them, encourage them, nurture them.
In any way.
What he did there was, between you and me, I think that was the most atrocious performance that I've seen to date. If you can get someone to break down and cry like that, I can't understand how that would make you feel big and strong. I really can't. That's a shitty thing to do.
No, narcissists love that.
If I had to meet Otangelo on the stream, but we all know that he won't dare come in a room with me. But if I had to, you know what I'm saying? I could destroy him. But knowing that I have the ability to do that is all the more reason not to do it. Destroying and making him, look like an idiot, and that's the easy thing to do.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm not about easy, right? Doing decent things is never easy. It's a challenge against yourself. You put your preconceived feelings. You have to put that aside. It's not easy, but you have to do that. Otangelo, I've got zero respect for. Zero. No. And Otangelo, I know you in the chat, because even though you blocked me, I can hear people addressing you. You are a shitbag. You're a disgraceful, despicable human being. You're a soft-spoken G-man. That's all you are. You don't have a backbone. You say that you're married. I don't know, because I'm thinking you secretly infatuated with Darth, because even though the atrocious and the mean way he treats you, you still go back for more. Why do you do that, Otangelo? You know he doesn't like you. You know he doesn't respect you. And then you still go back on your hands and knees begging for recognition. You're a pathetic individual, Otangelo. I see you for the piece of shit that you are. You're not a nice person. That's it. You're not a nice person, Otangelo. You're a weak man. You have no morals. You have no backbone. You have no honor. You're a scumbag. And then there was silence. He's a scumbag. You know, I've got no respect for him. Because he's even worse. He pretends to be the good guy. And have you ever noticed, whenever there's a debate, no one invites Otangelo. Otangelo invites himself. Then he walks in friendly, "Hi, guys."
Well,
We're not done like that, Otangelo. I'm not your guy and I'm not your friend. And not because you're a Christian. It's because how the way you behave. I can't respect it. And if I can't respect you, I can't dialogue with you.
And there's a reason, I think, Saitan Bruton, as much as I disliked his style and everything, he did say something truthful when he said, which was he stopped using the evidentialist argument because he got tired of having his ass handed to him.
Because there is no evidence.
Well, and that's why he went to the precept argument.
Yeah.
You know, and there's a reason that Darth and all these other, they shy away from this evidentialist argument is because there's nothing there.
There isn't.
And so they go to the precept.
Yeah.
And Otangelo keeps trying to use some of the evidentialist arguments, and where it's like if the cosmological argument was something that was very convincing, then you would think that the majority of astrophysicists would be theist. But
that would be the ultimate conclusion.
Because it would be so if it's not a convincing argument to the people who know it best, who know this cosmological constants, and so they know that, like Lawrence Krauss, instead of asking him something about that, he just Darth went off on a tangent.
That's
but
it.
But if people like Lawrence Krauss and other, all these astrophysicists around the world, they have, the physicists have like one of the highest number of atheists among the different scientists.
Yeah.
Some sciences, you have fewer atheists. The astrophysicist has some of the highest number of atheists. So why aren't they convinced about the cosmological constants? And if it's not that, and I'm not saying that, well, just because they aren't convinced that therefore God doesn't exist. I'm just saying that if the argument was a good one, you would see more, theist among the astrophysicists. And
that's a good point.
So why try to convince me that it's a good argument if it's not convincing the people who really know this inside out?
In his world, he thinks that you are stupid, because that's Darth's premise. He's smarter than everybody else. And people that he knows that are assertive and smarter than him, he avoids like COVID.
Yeah.
Darth always picks out the weakest in the herd. And have you noticed when people are having a discussion, Darth first listens for 10 minutes. He sizes up their person. He writes down what they say. You know what I'm saying? And out of the blue, instead of saying, "Hi, what's up, Tyler? Do you mind if I ask you a question, Tyler?" He doesn't even say hello. He doesn't say, "How are you?" He doesn't introduce himself. "Oh, I'm Darth Dawkins." He just lets off an artillery barrage. The man has got no respect.
No humanity.
No decency, nothing.
Yeah, it's always a stupid, how is it that there is no God?
Yeah. Oh, tell me about your atheism. What is it? Yeah. Tell me about so why do you look, you asked me, why do I deny God, right? And my response to that would be, why would I feel the need or the compunction to deny what you have constantly failed to demonstrate. It's like asking me, do you deny unicorns? What kind of a dumbass question is that? It makes no sense.
Well, then he goes into the category error.
He loves that word category, but nobody actually knows what he means. He implies that you're conflating different things, but he never explains to you what those different things are. You know, and he uses a lot of, philosophical terms on the uninitiated.
Well,
so they get overwhelmed.
He uses his terms.
Yes, but he knows when he uses it, he knows when he uses it against the uninitiated that they have no idea what he's saying, so therefore they think it to be true because they don't know any better.
I mean,
that's why he does that.
Terms in philosophy in science have very specific meanings, so as to avoid ambiguity when you speak. So you know exactly what I mean. I know exactly what you mean.
Indeed.
And then Darth uses, terms like mental state.
Exactly. I mean, what does he mean by that?
And
what does he mean by that?
And then he uses, nobody knows, then he uses it with professional philosophers on those AMA.
Yeah.
And they don't know what he's talking about either.
No.
It's like
he makes up shit. He makes up shit, Unity among diversity. Well, what does that mean?
Yeah.
And he talks about fundamentals. Can you define what you mean by fundamentals? What is that? He uses the words fundamental particulars.
Yeah.
What does he mean by that? What is he trying to elucidate to? He talks in vague, you know what it is? He asks very, very vague questions, but he demands precise answers. That's not stick.
Well, it's not just that. It's that if you say, well, what is your most fundamental? You say something like, it's a quantum vacuum ground state, because everything in the universe springs forth from, is subject to these quantum effects, right?
Yeah.
But, he will say, no, he'll insist that your fundamental has all the attributes of his, being triune.
What does that even mean, triune? How is that further enhancing his argument? I've tried to figure that out. Maybe I'm just too stupid to understand. I've never studied philosophy, but I like to dabble. I like to learn stuff that I don't understand. But there's a lot of things he says that just doesn't make sense to me.
No, it's like, look, how come you get to have a talking snake and a talking donkey in your worldview, but I can't have a quantum state or quantum field ground state in mine?
Yeah.
Well, why is that?
It's weird, and he also uses things like what terms does he use again? Final authority. Now, a final authority has to be verified, right?
Right.
But when you say that, he says, no, it's okay. I don't need to verify it, and I'm okay with not knowing certain things. But he expects you to know everything about your atheism.
Yes, and it's always the whole thing boils down to divine revelation.
And what does he mean now by special revelation and natural revelation? I've never really figured that out.
Natural, I think he was trying to copy off Einstein's special and relativity.
So natural would be the Bible, right? But what is special revelation?
No, special revelation is the Bible.
No,
okay, so then
I think he's got three. He's got general revelation and special revelation, and then he introduced a third one, and he called it innate revelation.
What does he mean by that?
One of them is the Bible.
Yeah.
One of them is the Bible. Yeah, okay, whatever. And the other one of them is the personal revelation somehow. And I have no idea what the third one is.
He says, you know, messages passed on to prophets, chosen people. That's supposed to be a revelation as well. I've heard him say that.
One of them is just nature itself. So you look at the moon, and it's like, that's God's general revelation, or, you know.
Oh, okay.
Algorithm in the chat. He that's a brilliant question. He's asking, aren't special and natural revelation the same? Yeah, pretty much, I'm thinking.
But where is revelation in science, or even in law? Even in a court of law, where is revelation viewed as being a valid form of evidence? You know what I mean? I mean, it can only be introduced in evidence in a court of law if it's verifiable. Well, courts of law even allow eyewitness testimony, which is absolutely useless in science. Yeah. I mean, even there in courts of law, where they'll allow eyewitness testimony, they will not allow revelation. I mean, can you see it now? You know, man, how do you know that the accused killed the victim? Well, it came to me in a dream.
But that's the problem. You know, from what I understand, a revelation is a personal, subjective experience.
Revelation of one man is hearsay to everyone else.
Exactly. Hallelujah, Tyler. Hallelujah. That's exactly what I mean. So, and how do I know when you get that revelation that your brain is in a perfect working state? And how do I know that your so-called revelation, your personal experience, or they like to call it personal testimony, how do I know that that's true? And how do I know that you've understood it correctly? I just have to take your word for it. I'm sorry, that's not good enough.
Especially when it doesn't comport with reality.
Exactly. No. I mean, the whole concept of religion it's just incoherent. You know, I think religion is, and God is the creation of mankind because we're superstitious, we cherish folklore, and we have the propensity to exaggerate. God is the figment, in my opinion, of our own imagination. Because our lives suck now, so let's invent a fairy so when we die, we can have an even better life, you know, while the maggots eat our carcass. It's stupid. It doesn't make sense. Exactly. I'm sorry, I'm a bit harsh. I can be a tad uncouth and abrasive at times.
It doesn't make sense.
Or if you're on a bus, sitting next to some dude, and he tells you, you know, God speaks to me. He whispers in my ear. Do you move closer, or do you slowly edge away from that person? You know, it just makes it sounds crazy.
It is crazy. It is. I mean, at the end of the day, look, you know what the problem is? I think we human beings, when we are born, we do not have the guarantee that we will be able to automatically reason in a rational way. You know what I'm saying? So you get guys like Darth Dawkins who spew shit, right? And the people who, you know, the crowd who is directing his bile at, you know, they're not critical thinkers. You know, they look at that guy, wow, I'm just a simple person and his greatness is taking time to talk to me. You know what I'm saying? And they adapt that interpretation that is given to them without question. And Darth knows this. Donald Trump knows this. They prey upon the stupid and the ignorant, but most of all, they prey upon the fearful. You know, that's their shtick. If somebody's happy and he's got all his shit together, there's no reason why that person would want to become a Christian. People that believe in God are usually people that have shitty lives, always falling on hard times, and they're grasping for straws. And Darth knows this, and he preys upon them, which even makes it worse. It makes me even more angrier, because that's probably one of the worst things you can do. Because he's just using them and abusing them, As long as they agree with him, he's fantastic. But the moment they have one iota of criticism, they kick to the curb. And that same person, Darth, who you thought that you were friends with for 2 years, he destroys your soul.
Well, that's the narcissistic
That's
MO.
it. And Arcangelo goes back. He keeps going back for more of the same. Arcangelo, when you see Darth behaving the way he does, when you're fighting with him, you come into the other rooms and you say that you don't agree with his behavior. Why is it that you've never said that to him in his face while you're in the same stream? And I'll tell you why, Arcangelo. You're a coward. If I had a friend like Darth and he behaved the way he behaved to other people, I would call his ass out. I would tell him, either you change your behavior or you and I can no longer be friends. It's that simple. I don't want to be associated with such atrocious behavior, because you know what? Those are not my morals. Those are not my values. But Arcangelo and the rest, J. Robin and blah, 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 they say nothing about it.
Well,
instead of calling Darth out on his behavior, they justify his behavior. Yeah, but that guy did say that and that. You know what I'm saying?
When there's no real consequences, what would be the motivation to change?
That's a good point. That's a good point. You'd have no reason or motivation to do so.
No. Not only is there no real consequences, you're getting rewarded for the bad behavior.
The adulation, the adoration, when you go into that temple of doom, with that sea of sycophants,
Yeah. So why would he change when there's no real consequences? He's getting all the narcissistic supply he needs.
Yep.
So why would you change? Why would you change a good thing? You got a good thing going.
Good thing. You got something that's working for you. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, in his mind.
If you think it's not broken, why would you fix it?
Yeah. In his mind.
I get what you say, brother. I get what you say.
That's in the narcissist's mind. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah. I mean, it's sad. A 60-year-old man behaving like that. And the only thing that tells me that he's learned nothing from life. He really hasn't.
Well, here's one thing that people may not understand is that narcissists are not amenable to therapy. You'll never change.
They don't see it as a problem. So and they say, well, if it's a problem, it's your problem and not mine.
Yeah. Now there are some narcissists who are self-aware, and they do their best because they're tired of the consequences. They're tired of the constant relationships.
I could listen to you talk all day, Tyler. You were one smart cookie. Big up, my man. Big up.
Well, they move from one failed relationship to another.
Yep. Or one Discord server to another.
Yeah, and they create a lot of. Some people think that they are, organized, and so they're really not. They're really not organized. It's kind of haphazard.
Yep.
The way they do, but
there's a method to the madness.
Yeah, there's a methodology there, but it's not so well thought out. And so there's
there's a method. There's still nevertheless a method.
Right.
True.
And it leads to failure here, failure there,
Destruction, chaos. I mean, if you look
destruction,
at
chaos.
Darth Dawkins is 9/11 several times a day, every day, all day. Because that's what it is. That's what he does. He lives for chaos. He lives for, blood on the ceiling. That's what he does. That's
I
what
love it.
actually gives him pleasure, destroying people, creating chaos, telling young teenage girls to fuck off. That makes him feel good. I mean, what kind of shitty human being, does that,
Yeah,
and I think it's also time that everybody stopped respecting Otangelo and giving him a platform, because he's a Pharisee, he's a fucking Christian pretender, he's not a Christian, he's a scumbag. You know what I'm saying? He's a fucking scumbag. Where are Otangelo's Christian values when it comes to Darth's behavior? Where are they? And, he's here in the chat, not out of his own volition. He's here because Darth sent him into the chat. You can take that to the bank.
So Otangelo's like a yes man? Darth says go.
No,
Otangelo says
yes
yes.
man is a bit harsh. Yes man is a bit harsh. I would describe Otangelo as Darth's butt boy. He's gentleman's gentleman.
Well, they do like to joke about spanking each other. That's kind of creepy.
Yeah. Spank me, daddy.
Yeah,
I heard Otangelo say that once to him.
Oh, he says it all the time, I think.
Yeah.
I know, the projection.
Otangelo is a vile human being, and I know you can listen to what I'm saying, Otangelo. You are a vile human being, because Darth is what he is. He's a scumbag for the whole world to see. Otangelo's a hypocrite. He pretends to be reasonable, but he isn't.
Maybe Otangelo's...
He's also a member of the New Jersey Stani born-again Taliban.
Maybe he's just a
even
troll.
Even though he lives in Brazil.
Maybe he's just a troll. Can we
Otangelo?
Can we rule out that Otangelo is not a troll?
Otangelo wants the same thing as Darth, and you know what that is? Attention. Hence, him always inviting himself into debates that he knows nothing about. The man is so stupid that he quotes articles, right, that he hasn't read. So what he does, he cherry picks certain lines, or maybe a half a paragraph, and then he asserts that is the conclusion. And the reason why I know this, he did that once, and I was curious. I said, Otangelo, can you provide the link? And he did. And when I read the whole article, that's not what the article said. And you know what a scumbag Otangelo is? He quotes articles, and then when you look up the article, guess who wrote the article? Otangelo. That's how fucking stupid he is.
That's what you find with a lot of Kent Hovind stuff. If you watch the Aaron Raw channel, he goes through all of that and points everything out.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen Kent Hovind debate Jack Angstreich. That did not work out very good for him. And I seen the same. No, it wasn't it wasn't Kent Hovind. It was Matt Slick. He got his ass handed to him. Because they're the soft-spoken extremists. They like to create the false illusion that they're reasonable, but they really are not. They have the same message as Darth, only they don't use as much volume as Darth does. But
Yeah,
they just the same extremists. They're cut from the same cloth.
Yeah. How much? Let me ask you guys, because you guys know more about this than me. How much influence does Darth Dawkins actually have? Like, other than inside the community, I'm sure he's really popular and whatever. Like we know Kent Hovind has like his little cult land and whatever, but like, does Darth Dawkins have anything else other than these debates and stuff that he does on YouTube?
From what I've seen, Darth's group consists of about 10 incels.
Yeah.
you know, and it's always the same people, and then some people will join and some people will leave. But he's got like he's got like a hard group of fanatics around him. There's one guy from England, you know, he's I mean, he's just as stupid as Jill, you know, but only he does it with an English accent. But they what's that?
Does he like make money doing what he does, or
it would not surprise me? It would not surprise me. But he's smart enough. If he does do that, he's smart enough not to, like, you know, have a Patreon or something like that. So
like privatized or something.
yeah,
or,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So if they do send him money, he does it in a way that it's not public. But it wouldn't surprise me that they would do something like that, because to them, they worship the ground that he walks on, and his shit don't stink. And I know for a fact that Darth would not allow them near him if Darth wasn't getting something out of it.
Yeah, I guess.
And you know, Darth is bankrupt. He lives with he's bankrupt. He lives with his mother. You know, he's too poor to even pay rent. So it stands to reason that he would need money. You know, I'm not saying it's a fact, but you know, it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it. You know,
well, we all need money.
Well, I do. Look, like I told Sydney, I used to do bad things when I was a young man. You know, money is just a tool. You know, money's not the goal.
Yeah,
you know, money. You use money to do things that you can do positive things. But you have people that want money, and once they get that money, they lose that money because they don't know what to do with money. I mean, money is useless to you if you don't have knowledge, if you don't know how to use that money. You know, people think, if I get money, all my problems will be solved. Nope.
And then they're broke again as quick as they
That's
got
it.
the money.
That's it. That's it. Because, the problem is not the money. The problem is in between the ears.
No, yeah, it's about getting from the start to the end of life with as little, as much happiness as possible,
But you know what it is? You know what it is? Look, you have two kinds of people in this world. You have people that are happy. In fact, you have more. I'll get to it. There's a few groups. So you get people that are happy and they're content, right? And then you get people who gain happiness by seeing other people being happy, right? And then you have another group that, attains their happiness through the unhappiness of others. So some people feel happy when they make other people feel bad or unhappy. No, that is that. He takes. I mean, when he calls it he calls it humiliating. Why would you want to humiliate a person in a debate? It's about, he loves to humiliate people. He doesn't teach people, he humiliates people. He takes away their self-worth.
Yeah, or he tries to at least.
I mean, you'll have a conversation with somebody and he asks the question, how old are you? Why would you ask someone that?
Yeah.
Well, it's never the right
if I'm
answer.
debating a young kid, and he's 16 years old, I'll be impressed with what he knows as a 16-year-old, because I've heard of quite a few smart children. But Darth calls these same children stupid. And the only reason why he calls them stupid is because he cannot answer their questions. So
if
he
you say
converts.
you're 50, he'll say, "Why are you arguing like a 15-year-old?"
Yeah, well, you're arguing like a 50. Yeah, you're a 20-year-old, but you're behaving like a 15-year-old. Let's be honest. When you're 20 years old, you're still a kid. Life hasn't even started to begin for you. And that's. I mean, that's what I mean. He was probably spoken to like that as a child. Probably by his father, other people. And then he became, I think so convinced that they were all wrong, that he built up a protective wall. So if nobody's going to call me smart, I'll call myself smart. Let me find something that I'm good at. I'll show them. I'll really show them. And that's what he's doing. I don't know what exactly he's trying to prove, but that's what he does. He thinks it makes him look smart by making other people look stupid. No, it doesn't. All it does, it just makes you look weak.
Mm-hmm.
That you have to resort to such atrocious behavior. He's a weak, insecure man, with a lot of daddy issues, But he's sad, and that's why I think he should not be given a platform. Because he has the possibility to actually destroy lives. And we should not allow that, to happen.
Do you think that Darth
There comes
Dawkins...
a time when you've got to stand up and you've got to speak out. You just have to.
Do you think that Darth Dawkins has destroyed more lives or converted more people to Christianity?
I think Darth Dawkins has made a plethora of people very, very unhappy.
Mm-hmm. And
that's the only thing I
how
can
many
say.
Conversions? How many conversions to Christianity?
Zero. That English guy, I don't know what his name. I think his name is Foxy.
Oh, not Fox. Not Fox.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember his name, but he claimed that he converted because of Darth Dawkins. I seriously doubt that.
Of course, I doubt that.
I don't see how anything he says could convert anybody.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
To convert someone, that means that you would be able to reason with compassion.
Well, that's it. You might give them something to think about for a week, but other than that,
but don't hammer them with a 14-pound hammer the first time you meet them. I mean, don't bend them over the table and bum rush them. Take them a bit of dinner dancing, buy them dinner. You know what I'm saying? But Darth is now drop your trousers and bend over the table and take it like a man. That's Darth.
Yeah, he's definitely aggressive.
Yeah. And he's got no respect. He's got no respect.
He's being assertive.
No, he's being a bully.
That's what he said.
Yeah, I mean, but then when you do the same to him, then he calls that trolling behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything that Darth accuses these so-called trolls is exactly what he's doing. Yeah. He's a
really projectionist, like I said before.
Mickey D says he converted incels to Christianity. Amen, Mickey D, my brother. That's what I'm saying. Well
good
said,
answer.
brother.
Good
Well
answer.
said, Mickey D for president. Yep.
Have you seen in the side chat, Artangelo is starting to block everybody in the side chat?
I can't see Otangelo because Otangelo blocked me.
He said he blocked somebody, I think it was algorithm, and then he said, I blocked you and a whole bunch of others.
I know Retting was going after Otangelo. There were quite a few people. Daniel Cooper was going after him.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I can't see what Otangelo is writing because he blocked me.
He's not there. I think he's left.
Yeah. But Otangelo, I mean, well done, people in the chat. Big up. Yep. They gave Otangelo...
We've got to stand up against these people.
That's it. Stand up to fucking these fascist right-wing scumbags. Because that's all they are.
We've been taking their shit for too long.
I mean, look, they're abusing... To them, it's not about religion. They're abusing religion to further their political views. They're not religious. Come on. If Darth goes to heaven, then so am I. Yeah? I'll probably be the person who greets Darth, at the door. I'll be his guide in heaven. Darth's not going to heaven.
Yeah, kick him straight down to hell.
Darth is going to hell. You know where hell is?
Hell is below
Florida.
Hell is below where I'm going.
Where all demons go to die.
Florida.
all the gray-haired demons go to die in Florida.
So look at all the people that have been blocked by Otangelo, like everybody in the side chat. No wonder he's left. He's got no one to talk to.
Well, you know what it is? The thing is, he tries to adopt a new approach each time he comes here. But the sad thing is, he gets his ass handed to him all the time, every time. He uses the same shtick.
Yeah.
And each time he does it, he hopes for a different result.
That's
the height of stupidity. That's the height of stupidity.
That's the definition of insanity.
Yes. He gets his ass handed to him all the time, and he does nothing to prepare. And I've told him many times, you know, Otangelo, you come into these streams, but you are not smart enough to be here, you know, and he doesn't seem to get the message. Because he goes into places, you know, with his shtick, not realizing that he's the dumbest person in the chat.
I think he realizes it. He has to realize it.
Yeah, but he actually thinks in his fucking weird way that he can win.
He's also...
I mean, I'm not a smart man, but even now in this chat, Henry Hansen, a very intelligent man. Algorithm, very intelligent. Retting, they're much more smarter than me. And Daniel as well, you know? Smart guys. And these are guys that I would not look to have an argument with me, because I know they know more shit, you know, than I do. But these are the very same people that Otangelo challenges. You know what the definition of a man is? Knowing your limitations. Otangelo and Darth do not know their limitations. They try and box above their weight. And it always ends badly for them. And yet they still keep doing it. It's like they're gluttons for punishment.
Well, Otangelo has the Shroud of Turin on his side.
Yeah, that's his strongest
Otangelo says that he's married, but I'm thinking the only thing Otangelo is married to is his left hand and lotion.
It could be that he's
can you
separated.
imagine sitting in a room with him as your husband? Fuck that.
Well, it could be that he's not he's estranged from his wife, and that's why he's got all this time.
I mean, I've got a girlfriend, right? And we don't have children together. I guarantee, and she, you know, she comes and she goes, and we don't live in the same home. But I guarantee you, if we were living together, she would never allow me to go on the internet like that, like how he does.
Exactly.
Impossible.
Exactly.
Because if I would do that, that would be at the expense of the tension that I'm supposed to give my queen.
Of course.
Welcome back, Dan.
What's up, Daniel? Did you just wake up, smoke yourself a badass doobie? What's up, my brother? You gotta look on your face like a deer in the headlights. Come on now, brother. Get with the program. Up and at him.
Yeah, I had a guest over, but nice to meet you, James.
Likewise, my brother. Likewise.
So tell me.
I mean, you guys are awesome. You restore, you know, my faith in humanity. There's
James.
good people around. The people in the chat, they restore my humanity. You know? And you know what the thing is? We are the majority.
Mm-hmm.
So why should we be intimidated by a fascist minority? Fuck that. I don't stop them from going to church. I don't stop them from going to their mosques. I don't stop them from going to their synagogues. So what the fuck gives them the right to tell me what I can do or what I can't do in the personal space of my bedroom? Who the fuck are you to tell me who I can love and who I can't love?
Their sense of self-entitlement does that.
Like I told you, in my world, Martin Luther King would have said, you can kiss my black ass and fuck all y'all. You know what I'm saying? That bullshit that turned the other cheek. Fuck that.
No, of course.
Fuck that. Why must I allow you to spread your fucking hatred and your bigotry and your misogyny? What's up with that? No, I'm an anti-fascist to the bone and proud of it. And I've been an anti-fascist ever since I was a young boy. Take that shit somewhere else. We're all human beings. Nobody likes to cry. Nobody likes to feel sad. I am my brother's keeper.
I grew up in a fascist country. It's not pretty.
You did. No, it's not nice.
No.
It's not. You're
Where
told
did you
where
grow
you
up?
can go, who you can talk to, what you can talk about.
I grew up in the Nazi South Africa.
It was fucked
Oh.
up. And you know what it is? Even you white guys were a victim of that system because
Of course.
you might have wanted to associate with black people. You might have wanted to go into black neighborhoods or black townships
We
like
did.
Soweto.
We did, but boy, was
Yeah,
it
but
dangerous.
if you were caught there by the cops, you had a problem.
Oh yeah, but we were protected by the people. But like,
That's what I'm
like
saying,
I had a
but-
friend that I had a friend that I worked with, a
Yeah.
black guy, color guy, and we were at university, so we'd study together. Sometimes he'd come to me, sometimes I'd go to him. But when I went
That's
to
it.
him, it was a hell of a thing, you know. You got to be very careful that certain people don't see you and all this kind of stuff. It was pretty. It was really a bad
It's fucked
situation.
up. It's fucked up. When people tell you how to live,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it's fucked up. I mean, and somebody says, the freak asked me, Antifa, yes, you can consider me as an Antifa person, yes. But that does not mean that I burn down buildings, I loot, I pillage. What I do is I confront Nazis. And I make no apologies for beating them up.
Well, why don't you just go ahead and kill them?
No, I don't believe in killing. No.
Yeah, but they're Nazis.
I know they are, and
And
you know,
what's one
I'm
Nazi
against,
less?
I'm against taking another human being's life. I'm against,
Yeah, but
you know,
are
on
you
principle, I'm also against the death penalty.
are you
I-
giving
those
are you giving Nazis the honor of being called human beings?
look, if there is a God,
It's
we are
very
all
big
his
of you.
children. It's not my. I mean, I didn't give that life, so I can't take that life.
There is no God. There cannot be a God. So there's
Well,
no.
you know what? It's not my life to take. I can beat you up. I can put you in hospital.
Well,
Yes.
hold on a sec. What's the difference? What gives you the right to strike somebody else, whether you beat them up or you kill them?
I will only beat you up if I perceive you to be a threat.
But that's like James's law.
James, I mean, look, at the end of the day, look, I'm cut from that old school, you know? Be a man, take it like a man. I live by a code. And what's that code? No killing, no raping, no lying, no stealing, no beating up women, no beating up children, and no hatred. These are things that I live by.
What about the beating up of Nazis? You didn't include that.
I beat up the Nazis because, you know, at the end of the day, look, if I know that I'm capable of defending myself very well, I know this. But I know that the Nazis pick on people that are not able to do that. And if I don't stand up, who will? I want them to feel how it feels to be terrorized.
Ah, that's a good
I
one.
mean,
Yeah, that makes
you know, when
sense.
I seen, you know, in I think it was in Virginia, you know, that Tiki March, you know, we will not be replaced by Jews. And you say that in front of a synagogue? How can I not beat you up for doing that? How can I not confront you? Come on, dude.
Where do these things happen? I certainly haven't heard about them.
It happened, you know, when that woman got killed in Charlotte, you know, that Heather Heyer.
Oh, yeah, but that wasn't in front of a synagogue, was it?
There wasn't. They ended up in saying that in front of a synagogue. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What they were doing, they were trying to recreate the Kristallnacht of Nazi Germany.
Fucking Southerners.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, not standing up to that is not an option
Oh, yeah, I agree with you.
because, you know, not standing up to it resulted in the deaths of maybe 40, 50 million people only 80 years ago.
Yeah, well, you know what? We can also blame the Catholic Church for not standing up to the Nazis because they didn't. And if they did,
Yeah, you know, the Catholic
if they
Church
did-
are they're just like Darth Dawkins.
I understand
you know?
that. But if they had stood up for humanity, then we might have averted a really, really
Why
bad.
would they? Because as far as I'm concerned, and not as far as I'm concerned, but to the best of my recollection, it was Mussolini that gave the Vatican the statehood.
Yes,
So,
yes, he did.
like, you know,
In
the
1929.
Vatican and the fascists saw each other as allies.
Yeah. But that's true. But the fascists and the Italian fascists and the and the Vatican were kind of, buddies, brothers, let's say.
Yes.
But the Vatican and the Nazis were two different worlds. Yet,
Yeah, but don't forget the Catholic Church. Even though they were Italians, they were very aware of Hitler's power. And if one thing, Catholics always know where their bread is buttered.
Listen, the Catholics are very aware. The Catholics are very aware of the Catholics are very aware of the power of the United States today, and it doesn't stop them from speaking up against the United States. So what was it? It's the same Catholic Church today that it was in 1939. Hey.
Yeah, but then you see, like, America's a democracy, and you have a Bill of Rights. People have civil rights.
Okay.
If you spoke up against the Nazis during the Second World War or in the 30s or the 40s, you would get killed. There wasn't an option. You didn't have to wonder about that. That was going to happen. You see what I'm saying? But now, with the freedoms and protections that are afforded to us, people can speak out a little more. Like the Catholics, they speak out about America. But what do they actually do? All they have is just fucking.
Well, the Catholics, they should speak up about the Catholics and what they've done.
Like I told you, they know where their bread is buttered, and most Catholics are conservatives.
All Catholics are conservatives. Catholic,
the
whole doctrine of Catholicism is ultra conservative.
It is. It is. And you know what? They might look like the Catholics and like the fundamental Christians. They might not have the shared values, but they have the same approach. So there's moments in time where they become allies. And it's usually, to team up against the Muslims. And that's it. I mean, never look for morals in religion because you won't find it. You won't. All you'll find is expedient decisions that they take once in a while, but they never really rock the boat because they know where their bread is buttered. I mean, the Pope, the Catholic priests are supposed to be humble and blah, blah, blah. But what's the first thing you notice about them? Their big-ass fat gold rings. When you go to Africa, like where I was born, and you see a Catholic priest, I've never seen a Catholic priest walking to church. They're driving around in BMWs, Mercedes-Benz, They live well. I've never seen a skinny or a thin Catholic priest in Africa. I've never seen that. They live well. And they ask the people, the poor communities that they serve, they ask them for money. And yet it's the same Catholic priest who drives past them on a dusty road in a shiny car, and he's going to church, but he never gives anyone a lift going to church. It's fucked up. It's like, God. I don't really have a problem with the concept of God. But what I do have a problem is the way people describe him.
We could talk all night about the faults of the Catholic Church and still not
the Catholic Church is fucked up, and I know
still not run out of.
I'm an ex-Catholic. I know all about their bullshit.
Oh,
I remember once.
Yeah.
They were asking me questions, and I asked a question that the priest didn't like. So he whacked me. So I think I was about maybe 11, 12. Even as a young boy, I was fucked up, bad temper and shit. So I grabbed the cane and I broke it. Mm-hmm. And I said to him, "You'll never touch me again." My father was an atheist. He had grown up in Holland during the war. So he had pretty much lost faith in God,
right.
all the shit that he's seen. So my mother wanted me to apologize and go back to Sunday school. You know what my father said?
He said,
"You are not sending my child back there."
Right.
And the reason why I know this, he said that in front of me to my mother. And I never had to go back.
Good for
Didn't
him.
mean that I could openly talk about how bad the Catholic Church was. I still had to go to church, but I didn't have to go to Sunday school again.
Why did you have to go to church? Who said you have to go to church?
My mother. My mother was a very, very devout Catholic. You know?
Yeah.
Look, let me tell you something. There's like an African saying. When the white man arrived in Africa, we had the land and they had the Bible. They told us to pray to their God and close our eyes. When we opened our eyes, we had the Bible and they had all of the land. If you go to Africa, and especially with the Catholics, Catholics, they have images of God. Jesus is always portrayed as a man with blonde hair and blue eyes. So they use that concept of Jesus to control the local population.
Jesus was a Viking.
Religion is... Yes, Jesus was as white could be, man. Jesus was Snow White's twin, but with blonde hair. Meanwhile, everybody knows in the location that Jesus was born, if he was born at all, Jesus would have had an olive complexion and dark hair.
Well, maybe he was a mutation that went bad, and he really was blonde hair, blue-eyed, and that's why he stood out.
I don't know. Look, at the end of the day, I know what you're trying to say, but don't forget.
Digging.
Don't forget, at the time of Jesus, people were very isolated. There was not much contact between different communities. And I'm not talking about the communities in the Middle East, but I'm talking about the communities beyond.
That's not true. That's not true. The whole Roman Empire was one long open road.
That's it. But for the local people of the Middle East, the Jewish population of the Middle East, they were in one specific location. It's not like they colonized other countries and went to other continents. They didn't do that.
Who, the
because
Romans?
Their religion told them everything that they needed was in the location that they were at.
Right.
So they had no need or compunction to go to other places. Other places came to them.
Well, they had to go when the Romans came and kicked them out.
The Romans went there. The Turks went there.
No,
So,
the Romans went and caused absolute havoc. They destroyed the temple. Then they went after the Jews who were fighting who survived the temple takedown, and then started like guerrilla warfare against the Romans.
Yep.
Until it all ended at Masada.
Yes, but that's what. But you see, at the end of the day, the Romans wanted to colonize the countries that they went to.
No, they did not. No.
Any perceived form of dissent was crushed immediately and ruthlessly. So it wasn't that they were afraid of the Christians or the Jews.
I don't know if you're
or the
100% correct about that.
What's that?
I don't know if you're 100% correct about that.
I don't need to be.
They are certainly under certain emperors, life was really shit, and under certain others, life was great.
The life was great as long as you accepted the Roman system. And if you accepted the Roman system, then there were certain privileges afforded to you.
No, this is not true. I'll tell you what the
go for it. Educate
I'll
me.
tell you.
I like to be
the
wrong.
Persecution of the Christians went such like this. Okay, so I'm a Roman governor or something, right? And the emperor sends a note to all the governors saying that everybody has to sacrifice to the Roman gods, which means you've got to light some incense, or you've got to sacrifice a pigeon, or whatever it is. And those little gestures are what the Christians refused to do. And because they refused to do those little gestures, like lighting incense and doing some kind of a deference to to a Roman god, they refused to do it and tried to become martyrs, and that's why they got fucked up so badly. Something so stupid and silly. And then, not only that, those Christians that did light the incense and so on and so forth, later on, when Christianity became legal, those Christians were persecuted by the very same Christians who either escaped the Romans, they went to the hills and the mountains.
Payback. They were probably seen as collaborators.
About lighting fucking incense? Are you kidding me?
Well, you know what? People do stupid things. You see, what I'm trying to tell you, what I'm trying to explain to you, the Romans wanted people to submit.
No, the Jews
and they invented stupid ways and stupid things.
The Jews got a pass. The Jews
people...
didn't have to. The Jews didn't have to.
No.
But everybody else had to.
No. Yeah. I mean, look, it's just like the Second World War, or like the Romans or whatever, or in Bosnia or places, or Syria. That one side was Jewish and the other side was Christian, or what. Those are coincidental. It's just the evil, stupid, cruel shit we human beings do to each other. But the shitty thing we do is we mention religion to justify it. We abuse religion. I mean, soldiers on both sides, praying to God to keep them safe so they can kill other people. Do they really expect God to honor that if there was a God?
Well, if they win, then God honored it.
I thought killing was wrong.
For the guys who lose and ask God for them to win, I don't understand how they deal with that dilemma.
You're asking God to do the most you're asking for protection so that you can do the most terrible thing that can be, to take another human being's life.
When two Christians...
Is there anything worse than killing? There's nothing worse. If you kill one man, you kill all of the humanity in yourself, and I've met men that have killed, and every single one of them that I met, and I'm talking about guys that I really know well. I know they're not bullshitting. I know they're fucking hardcore gangsters. You know what they all told me? They regretted doing what they did. It's very easy to kill someone. It's like the military. They teach you to kill people. But what they fail to do is they fail to teach you how to live with yourself after you've done that.
That's why PTSD.
And a good example of that is the amount of homeless veterans in America. There's tens of thousands of young American boys and women that went to the fucking worst places on earth to do whatever they had to do. And when they came back, they were fucked up. Totally fucked up. And the same veteran administration that's supposed to be there for them, they do nothing for them. You've put your life on the line for your country. You gave it your all. And when you come back, they throw you to the side. And what astounds me is that tens of thousands of young people who are still willing to do it every year. That gets me fucked up in all kinds of ways.
Well,
I know you want a job, but do you realize what you're about to sign up for?
What did those soldiers in the First World War, when they came back, how did the government take care of them? I don't think the government did take care of them.
Yeah, but dude, look, I would have liked to have thought that we would have progressed, from something, or from a point in time more than 100 years ago, that we would know better, we would have learned from it, and taken certain measures to make sure that it would never happen again.
After the Second World War, when the soldiers came home, there was an economic boom. So
because they were victorious in that war. They were victorious in that war. There was a clear defined
They were victorious in the First World War as well.
They were, but like in the First World War, there was an entity called the League of Nations, but there were no like Geneva Conventions. So don't forget, in the First World War, nerve gas was used en masse.
Right.
And in the Second World War, they agreed. After the First World War, they agreed not to do that again.
Oh.
Okay, Hitler did kill the Jews. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. No, you
But
can't
until
use
the end of the
you
war,
can't
you
use mustard gas on the soldiers, but you can put your Jews into the ovens. That's okay.
Well, you see the difference from the First World War. The First World War, it was considered a normal practice to do that. And in the Second World War, those death camps were put out in the middle of nowhere, so nobody had actual proof that they existed.
Nonsense.
And a lot
1942.
of people used that. Oh, I've never heard about it.
Nonsense.
I mean,
1942, the Jewish community of America knew about it. There were pictures from reconnaissance aircraft that.
And where did you? I mean,
this
where
is all
were those
known. This
pictures-
is all known.
Where were those pictures published? It wasn't published in the mainstream media.
It was during wartime, dude.
I know that, but what I'm trying to tell you is, if you do something in the open, then people have no excuse for saying, "Oh, I didn't know what happened." But like when I was in the army in Germany, because those days every NATO member had to have a brigade in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
So once I went, I had guard duty. I don't know what I did. I fucked up, refusing to take orders like the usual piece of shit that I am. Stubborn. So I was locked up. I was in detention barracks, and they came to me and they said, "Do you want to go with the honor, the honor guard?" And I said, "Yeah, where? To Bergen-Belsen." I had never heard of Bergen-Belsen. I was 18 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And when I visited that place, I mean, I'd always heard about the Holocaust, growing up, But when I visited that place, I had such a fucking horrible feeling. I just seen wooden barracks. I didn't see any ovens. I didn't see any of that. But what I did see was over a very big area, these huge sand mounds. And there were like exhibits of pillows made from hair, Yeah, that fucked me up. That really and truly fucked me up. That's when it drove home to me how evil that was.
Yeah, I was
Because before that, I didn't have internet those days.
Right.
And we didn't have. I mean, here in Holland, we had only those days 2 TV stations. They would start at 7 o'clock at night, and they would end at 11 o'clock at night.
Right.
So I mean, we didn't know about that.
Sounds like South Africa in 1975 when TV was introduced. Same thing.
Yeah.
11 o'clock was the end. That's when the national
Yeah,
anthem
that's the end.
was played. And
No, there was no national anthem, but
no, but I lived
were
in a
no-
fascist country. Remember?
there were no commercial TV stations. I think the first commercial TV station we got, the very, very first, I think was MTV and Sky. Then later on, Dutch commercial TV started coming into it. But we never had that. So when I went there, I'll be very honest with you, my whole fucking world caved in.
How long were you there for?
My heart. I was there for about a year and a half.
At Bergen-Belsen?
No, Bergen-Belsen, about 2-3 hours.
Oh wow! And that was in. Well, mind you, I was at the.
You see, here in Holland, we've got something called dodenherdenking, which means memory of the death of the dead, and that's on May the 4th.
Uh-huh.
And on May the 5th, we have Vrijheid, or Liberation Day, because Holland didn't liberate itself. It got liberated by Polish,
Canada,
French, Canadian, American soldiers and British soldiers. They liberated.
Canadian soldiers.
There's lots of, there's here in Holland, there's lots of huge cemeteries with Canadian soldiers, yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Every year the Dutch government comes to Canada and kisses our butts for saving their ass.
Yeah, well, the royal family, when the Germans invaded, the royal family, they ran away to Canada because they loved Holland so much. So they decided to run to Canada.
Why didn't they
One of
just
our
go to England?
princesses was born in Canada.
Why wouldn't they have gone to England?
They did go there, but England was getting bombed too, so they wanted to go to somewhere where there was no bombs falling.
They could have gone to Scotland, Wales.
Those were all in range of German bombers and German V2s and V1
Yeah,
bombs.
but the bombers, the German bombers are going to bomb targets that are like petrol or fuel depots or military installations or factories. So they're not going to bomb castles with queens in them.
Dude, their bombs had no guidance systems. So what they would do is they would engage in something called carpet bombings.
Yeah.
So they would drop thousands of tons of bombs on a particular place. No guidance, no nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they would still hit that same target several days after that just to make sure. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look at the city of London during the Second World War. It was flattened.
It was not flattened. Parts of it were flattened.
Most parts of it were.
No,
I mean, why do you think
dude.
No, dude, why do you think they moved the children, all the children, they moved them to Scotland and to Wales? Because the Germans weren't worried about, I mean, those days, nobody was worried about collateral damage. I mean, look at when the Allies bombed Dresden. 50,000 people died in one bombing raid. And they were good with that. You know, morals are not something that are cast in stone. Morals
Morals
are
are
something that evolve.
morals.
They
Morals
evolve.
are a religious concept.
No, I mean, no.
If you want to be more accurate, use the word ethics, ethical. But morals are just a religious concept. I stay away completely from the word morals and
But
morality.
you know what it is? It's just definitions, because basically they mean the same things. Anyway, dude, I'll be back in a minute or two.
Okay.
James, are you an atheist?
He is.
I'm a I don't know.
Okay,
Hold on, I'll be back in a minute or two.
sure.
Why'd you ask him?
Very interesting conversation. I'm enjoying listening, Sydney.
Why'd you ask him if he was an atheist?
Pardon?
Why did you ask him if he was an atheist?
He had said some things that I felt were implicitly sympathetic to religion.
Mm-hmm.
Just a few comments. I mean,
Yeah, the
nothing
one
like-
thing he did say, which I disagree with, is that he does say that God is a possibility, and I totally disagree with that.
Yeah,
I do have to get going though, guys.
All right, well,
I
thanks for
wanna-
dropping in.
Yes, thank you very much for having me, Sydney.
No problem. Come back.
All
I'm
right.
gonna- Time
Okay,
for
I'm
me to
back.
go to bed too, Sydney. So,
All right, Tyler, thanks for popping in as well. See you next time.
all right,
Hopefully.
thanks.
What, you guys are winding down?
No, a couple of people are leaving.
No, look, the point I was trying to make, to me, morals, ethics, they mean the same thing, but
But they
we use
don't.
different
They
words to
don't.
describe
They
it.
don't mean the same thing.
Well, look, if you look at ethics and you look at morals, both concepts imply doing the right thing
Nonsense.
and not doing a bad
Nonsense.
thing.
Nonsense.
Explain
Morals.
to me how that's nonsense.
Okay, it's immoral to have lustful thoughts. How do you put that into how do you explain that ethically?
So what are you trying to tell me? Ethics are objective.
What I'm
and
saying-
morals are subjective.
What I'm saying, yeah, ethics are objective and morals are religion based.
Okay, I can agree to that.
So I stay away from morals, morality.
So you make a clear distinction.
Yes, I always use
Okay.
ethics
No, I can agree
only.
to that. No, there's
It just makes
nothing. I mean,
it just makes
I
it
mean,
a lot
the way you
easier.
explained it to me, yeah, okay, I agree that you see it the way you do.
But it's not the same. They're not the same thing for sure.
No. But what they do have in common is, if you would agree, I'm not sure you would, but I'm hoping you would, is that they are both social constructs. Do you agree to that?
I don't agree that either of them are social constructs.
What's that?
I think firstly, morals are definitely not a social construct because they come straight out of the fairy tale Bible.
Yeah, but not all
Ethics.
morals are based on the Bible.
Well, give me an example of one that isn't.
Look, morals to me is personal, subjective construct. And morals is based on agreement. So when you speak of morals, morals usually imply it being culture dependent, language dependent, and location dependent. So morals can mean different things to different people at different places.
Exactly. Touche.
Touche. So
exactly.
there's
So
no, there's no
don't
one
use the word
moral that
morals
just
when
comes from the
ethics.
Bible and that's the only moral. No,
when
there's
ethics,
more morals.
when ethics replace morals in every single case, and there's only one meaning. There's no ambiguity.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you using your definition of that, then if ethics replace morals, I would not have a problem with that.
No, morals is just a made-up thing. Morals is a religious concept. So morals goes down the toilet. You flush it down with the Bible and the rest of the Christian or religious ideologies.
Like in the Dutch word morale, morals, yeah, that is used. So a person with no morals in the Dutch language, and if you had to translate it into English, that would describe a person who is, how can I put it? My English is not as good as it used to be. I don't speak it as much as I should. A person with no scruples.
Darth Dawkins?
Darth Dawkins has no scruples.
Right.
My English is getting fucked up.
Unscrupulous, maybe.
Yeah, well, you can't be unscrupulous if you don't have scruples to begin with. You can't not have something that you don't have. What? He doesn't have that. He's got no moral compass. He thinks that he's on a holy. He thinks that he's on a holy jihad.
Who does?
And that the ends justify the means. That's Darth's outlook on life. It's not about how you get there, it's about getting there.
I agree with you.
Darth is horrible. He's a horrible man. Not to say that I deserve a Nobel Prize, but, I'm not a shitbag like him. And I've never been a shit, even when I was bad, I never used to pick on innocent people. I never used to bully people. I would, go for the guys that were cut from the same cloth as me. I never beat up somebody who didn't want to fight with me. But Darth, he'll beat up somebody not because it's the right thing to do or he needs to defend himself. He'll just beat somebody up because he can.
Yeah, this is true.
And that's shitty. That's bad when you do that.
We're coming up to 5 hours of live streaming, and
it's all good.
Yeah, at the top of the hour, in about 7 minutes, I'm going to say.
I'm thinking of opening up a channel as well.
Sure.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure about. I'm not tech savvy, so. And I am a child of Africa, and you know what the difference is between we Africans and the rest of the world? You know what the difference is?
What?
The rest of the world has a clock, and we black African people have time. Think about that shit.
James, I do hope that you find a way to have a platform, because I found it interesting to hear you. So I do hope.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
I mean, hear more of you.
I mean, I want it to be a format where you can talk to a person not only about his religious or political views, but hey, who are you? What music do you like? What was it like for you growing up in the place that you grew up? I want to know more about you, and not about what you know and what you think. I want to know who you are. Does it make any sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but I don't know if it's an interview or something, then it makes sense. But if it's just a general discussion,
no, I mean it'll be like an interview.
Yeah, interview makes sense.
No, you get to ask me questions, but I'm asking you questions. What makes you tick? And when I'm asking you these questions, it's not to make you look like a fool.
Right.
You know, there's no need to humiliate you.
No, that's not what
You know,
interviewing's
and you
about.
don't have to defend, you know, your religious views. I'm just asking, why do you believe that? You know? Because, you know, when you treat people with respect, then it's possible to have a dialogue. You know, it's not. It shouldn't be about winners and losers. It should be about exchanging ideas. You know,
How
it
would
doesn't have to be adversarial. It doesn't have to be a war.
James, how would you deal with okay, so
Mhm.
how would you deal with an asshole and just a bad faith actor like Darth Dawkins? I mean, would you have
I would not engage him
he's a piece of shit.
because what he wants his moment of fame. You know, you know, it's about Darth is a very, very vain man, and he's not there to talk to you. He's not there to listen to what you say. He's there to shout at you. And if you know this from the beginning, only a stupid fool, because if you look at his track record, you know, and if you base, I mean, you would have to base your opinion, you know, your decision on his past track record. And if you examine his past track record, I do not see anything of value that can come from having an interchange with a person of that low caliber. You know, because you know what Darth does? He's got nothing to say of value to anyone, but he uses 10,000 words to say it.
James, then I would ask
Mm-hmm.
you the question, why is he as he is, in your opinion? Why is he as popular as he is? And
It's like this: who we are.
With people that sympathize with him. He's popular with people that think he's abhorrent. Why is he popular?
Well, because people love people. Excuse me. People take enjoyment from watching disaster tourism. And that's what Darth provides. He's like Jerry Springer online. Wherever he goes, there's blood. You know what I'm saying? So it's not people. It's people are curious and at the same time bewildered how a dinosaur can exist in 2021. So he's like a novelty. You know what I'm saying? But you know, he's like the emperor without the clothes on. That's how self-unaware he is, you know? Because he thinks people come to, you know, these chats and these streams for his astounding intellect, you know, his prowess, his mental prowess. But that's not the case. People go there to laugh at him. I mean, I bet that Darth Dawkins is discussed at most canteens that work. You know what I'm saying?
Saying Darth Dawkins has no clothes.
I got an American girlfriend, and I let her, you know, I showed her something, you know, one or two of the interviews that Darth gave. I've never seen her so angry before in my life.
Wow.
She was mad. And had I known how mad she was going to get, I would have never shown it to her.
Mm-hmm.
And she hated the fact that I thought it was funny. She did not like that.
I'll bet.
Well, she said, quote, exact words, he's a fucking pig.
Ooh, how true.
You know, and she's a strong woman, so I can't tell her what she can or what she can't do. She won't listen anyway. And besides that, she's my partner, you know, not my daughter. You know, she does what she does, you know. Correct. Do I have boundaries of what I find acceptable? Yes. She knows that. I know that. You know how far you can go. I mean, I won't tell her, don't do this. But what I would say, you know, sweetie, you know, when you do that, or you say, that makes me a bit unhappy. Me, by using the word unhappy or sad, has more impact than me saying, don't do that when I'm raising my voice. Then she's not going to listen to me out of principle. I'm smart enough to know that. You know? Well, but she doesn't like him now. I think she hates him more than I do. Because she looks at it, so people, you know, Does the world think that all, we Americans are all like this? And I told her, of course not, sweetie. But she doesn't she's not happy that, that he says and he does, what he does. And don't forget, she's a woman. She's a woman. You know what I'm saying? I'm a man, I'm used to that shit, that abrasive bullshit, because that's what we men do when we're around each other. But she's a woman. And for her to hear or to listen to him speak to another woman in the way that he does, that doesn't make, I'll be honest. If Darth Dawkins ever met her and he called her a bitch or something, I'm breaking his jaw. I'm good about going to jail for that. I don't care. I'll do that. You cannot insult my woman. I'm sorry. I'm not having. I don't insult anybody else's woman, so you don't insult mine. What's that?
Good for you.
I will defend her honor to the last, and she knows that. No, you're not going to disrespect my woman. No.
Absolutely.
And even if I'm walking down the street and I see another man beating up a woman, I am not going to be very happy, because a real man doesn't do that.
How often do people walk through the streets and see men beating up women?
Not here,
a lot of people say things like that, but I've never seen a situation where I've walked through the street and I see a man beating up a woman, and I say to myself, I have to go and I have to protect this woman.
Look, you have to take it in the context that it usually happens.
I've seen it indeed.
There's a news story come out today in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
A woman was raped on a subway train.
Wow.
And there were a bunch of witnesses, and no one called for 911 or tried to intervene. It was a young man, and he raped a woman. She's strong. She identified him and testified and pressed charges, but she was raped, and it's all on security camera.
That's what I mean.
And those people,
Minnesota.
those other people, do they, the ones who didn't report, were they called out in any way?
No, I haven't heard, but they should be prosecuted as well, I think.
Well, in one way, you could look at the bystanders. You could, charging them with aiding and abetting would not be unreasonable to do.
Yeah,
because
no,
that's what they
agree,
did. Because he did what he did because they didn't do anything.
No.
Right.
It's like when you cause a car crash and you drive away.
Phone, they should have called 911 anyway. Yeah, they're all accountable.
I would never. You know what it is? People have this frame of mind. If I don't get involved, then it can't hurt me. It's become an acceptable way of looking at life. Everything they do, everything they say, before they do it or before they say it, they ask themselves this question: how will it personally affect me? So when I say that, what I'm basically saying, and using a lot of words to say it, people are chicken shits.
Yeah. True enough.
Yeah.
You're home. Okay, he's been here since about 6:30.
Oh wow! Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Hey, Jenny, baby. Ooh, ouch. All right. So in other words, be your friend. Yeah. What? What? Well, the judicial system sucks. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's sad but true. You know, you can't cure a pedophile. And if there's a way, then I'd love to hear it. But
Yeah, they
what,
should put it in a compound. Like
I mean, I've even heard that they've tried.
Cage them up. Whatever.
Well, I've even heard that even chemical castration doesn't work either, because
Right.
it's not about what they have.
If they haven't hurt a child, we can identify them, put them somewhere, and if they've hurt a child, they've got to stay in prison for maybe 10, 20 years and offer them like assisted suicide after 10 years, but make them serve at least 10, 20 years before we help them die.
But you know what it is, dude? Look, at the end of the day, you know, I feel sorry for them that they're born that way, because they are born that way. You know, there's something wrong with them. You know,
Do you
but
really?
at the same time,
Do you really feel sorry?
yes, I do, because I do not like to see anybody in hurt or pain. You know, I have empathy.
Well, damn, I don't feel that damn bit.
No, I don't feel sorry for what they do.
I feel zero emotion at all.
Look,